with their cameras and say hello, and then we'll just all turn our cameras off when we actually stop. Okay, we are streaming live right now on YouTube. So anybody who wants to join us will actually have already joined us. It is 5:02, everybody. So it is my morning time, but we have people who are going to be dialing in from all around the world. So we're going to have morning, afternoon, and evening. We haven't started the conference yet. This is what we class coffee and networking. So this would be traditionally when everyone is registering for the conference and having a hug. And so I would love to have lots of hugs from everyone, but I know that's not going to be possible today. So morning, everyone who's joining me so far, or afternoon or evening. You guys can say hello.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hi, Michelle. Hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
Coffee and networking. Yeah, so just while we're posting the link to the
coffee. Oh, Kathleen's got one.
I have got my Joe Formosa herb water.
Nice.
And my fresh water as well. Yeah. So don't worry if you're joining us and wondering what is happening. This is literally just a few minutes before we get started. We just wanted to make sure that we had gone live and that you actually could all join us. Michelle is currently posting somewhere in the Genius U Circle that we will be going live in a couple of minutes time. But if you've already joined us and you've already logged in, welcome. You're here early, so you're here for coffee and networking. So do let us know what you're having as your drink. And we've got requests coming in to join the circle as well. So the team are going to be checking on that as we're going through and making sure everyone is getting joined into the circle at the same time. All right, so Michelle, have we got the post posted?
Post is posted, everyone.
The post is posted and there's me, like a frozen shot of me with my fingers. All right, beautiful looking. Okay, everyone, so we haven't yet officially started, but this is where we are hanging out today. This is our Genius U Circle. It is where we will be running the conference from. It's where all the chat and the comments and the questions are going to be when we actually start in just a couple of minutes time. If you're here early with us, go ahead and let us know where you're dialing in from. So Michelle here from, oops, Newton with Scales. I know you all think I'm going to say Freckleton, but I don't live there anymore, in Lancashire. So let us know where you're dialing in from so we can see who's actually joining us live. And Michelle is going to be posting the link in the Zoom chat just there in case you're not yet in the circle. The team are in there accepting in all of the requests. I can see there's some people looking to join right now. So yeah, if you're here already a little bit early, go and let us know where you're dialing in from. Look at that. We've got the super team here with us today. So normally we'd be running this event in Bali or South Africa or somewhere. And here I am in my office, but I have actually put up my Tau photographs. Can you see these are photographs I've actually taken from Tau. So I'm pretending to be in South Africa today. I don't know how to do that funky Zoom screen where you can actually look like you're in South Africa. So I just thought I'd just bring a little bit of South Africa to the office with me today. So here we've got Kathleen joined us as well from Lisbon. So I do also like to have a weather update as well. Don't forget, I like to know the weather from wherever you're dialing in from. It is definitely grey and muggy here in the UK today. So give me a little weather update as well where you're dialing in from. I'm guessing it's pretty sunny in Lisbon. Oh, Suraj has got his screen on. Where are you, Suraj? Are you on the desert island somewhere?
Since we've been doing this in Bali, I thought we might as well go virtually to Bali.
You're having the virtual Bali partner conference. All right, this is very groovy. Let's see who else has got one on. Yeah, we had a board meeting last week and the board members were all dialing in and putting screenshots in from different places as well. Roger's from cloudy Warsaw, Poland. Oh, Roger, so there's a little thing happened where your picture's gone missing. And I know what that is because it happened to me yesterday. If you log out of Facebook and back in again, apparently Facebook's done something where it's not linking our pictures. So log out of your Facebook, log back in and your picture will come back on your Genius U account. Otherwise, you're going to be a faceless today, which is going to be really weird.
Okay, let me try.
Definitely do that. Where are you, Sandra? Are you in Bali as well?
No, sunny Bondi Beach. How about that?
You have arrived on Bondi. It looks very similar to where Suraj is, to be honest. It looks like you almost have the same place, but obviously similar but different.
Yeah, it's one of those. the beautiful beach images that we go for.
All right, I make it exactly on the hour, so I'm going to allow all of my beautiful guests to switch off your cameras and your audio right now. I will be bringing everybody in throughout the conference. And welcome everyone. Welcome to the Genius Group Partner Conference. It is the first time we have done this conference online, but of course we have been doing everything online now for some time, so it is certainly not the first time we have been doing things online. But just to give you a little bit of information. So here's me in my office. This is my view of my wall. These are my photographs from Tau Game Lodge to make me feel a little more exotic, because we generally run this conference either in Bali or in South Africa. So today I am running it from home, from my office. I did put a sign on the front door in case anybody rings my doorbell today to say, please don't ring my doorbell. So that's like my logistics planning for the conference that I have done. We have got a super duper exciting lineup for you over this next couple of hours. I'll tell you a little bit more about what we're going to be doing, but this is where our chat is today. So you can see Michelle has already posted this meme with a kind of strange looking screenshot of myself here. I would love it if you would go under here and let us know where you are dialing in from, so we can see who is actually joining us on the conference live. This is circle number 381. If you are not yet a member, just apply to be a member. The team are there right now accepting requests so you can get joining in. We can see who's on the call, who's joining us. And this is where, yes, your face is back, Roger. This is where you can be posting your questions, your comments, having chat with the team, letting us know what you think. Morning, Jan, morning, Sayaka. And there's quite a lot of the team here as well. So do let us know, hi Niraj, do let us know where you're dialing in from. We'll be coming back and checking the thread as we go through the comments. Please do not put the chat in the Zoom because when we're watching it back later on, for anyone who's catching up with the recording, that chat does go missing. However, the chat in the Genius U circle will always be in there. So do get yourself into our conference circle, Genius Partner Conference Circle. I can see people are posting here at the top as well. That's okay. But if you can keep it onto this thread, then we'll make sure we can find it all in one place, which will really help. All right, so let me click on and get us started. Here it is the Genius Group Partner Conference, October the 27th, and we are ready to do the partner pre-launch for the digital decade. Whenever we have a partner conference, it is always, as well as bringing all of our partners together to really celebrate what we have achieved in the year, it's always to unveil what is about to happen in the next 12 months. And the next 12 months is going to be super, super duper exciting. So on this call today, we have got a lot that we're going to be sharing around the brand new and upgraded partner pathways, which we're going to have for 2021. We're going to be sharing with you all about the digital decade, what that means, what are the waves that are coming that you are going to be able to surf, and how as partners you can leverage off the massive growth of Genius U as well, and of Genius Group. So here's the outcomes from today's session. First of all, we want to share what those big waves are. What actually is the digital decade? What is that going to bring for you as partners and business owners and entrepreneurs? And how can you be ready to make sure you're ahead of the game and surfing those waves along with us as one of our key partners? We're going to be sharing with you the first group ever, our brand new curriculum for 3 to 100-year-olds. And yes, that is correct, 3 to 100-year-olds. I know people keep asking me, is that a typo? This is ahead of anyone else seeing this. And we're going to share how you can leverage of this. So we've now become the #1 education group in the world, and we have entrepreneurial education from age 3 and potentially over 100 years old. I guess it depends how long you want to continue your entrepreneurial journey. But we have an entire curriculum, which we're going to be sharing with you as part of our acquisition strategy. We are going to be sharing with you the upgraded partner pathways. So along with us upgrading our entire strategy and our acquisition strategy, we have also upgraded what this means for our partners and what are the different pathways that you can get involved in, which are going to allow you to generate anything from $50,000 additional revenue right up to over $1.5 million of additional revenue, depending where you see the fit and what you would like to do within those within that partner pathway. And we basically want to make sure that you are set up for enormous success in 2021 and beyond, acknowledging just how hard the last months have been this year. And what has been amazing is seeing some of the successes throughout our community, and seeing that a lot of those successes have come from within our partner community. So our partnerships has really grown from strength to strength. The way that our partners are operating have changed their business models, have been phenomenal. And you'll be hearing from some of those partners today as well, where I'll be getting them to actually share their stories. So here's some of the folks that are going to be sharing today. Those of you who have been partners with us for a while will know most of these people. If you are new and joining us for the first time, then let me introduce some pretty cool people that we have. So this is me over here on the left, obviously now referring to myself as pretty cool. I'm the Chief Partnerships Officer for the group. We have got Roger, who I think pretty much everybody knows, who is our founder and CEO, who has put the entire group together and has been leading the entire acquisitions strategy over the last 6 months as well. So he's going to be sharing in his session about the coming digital decade, about those waves, what you need to be doing to actually getting yourself set up to ride those waves. Suraj, who is our Chief Marketing Officer, Roger's over in Poland. Suraj is our Chief Marketing Officer. He's over in Singapore. Suraj is going to be sharing some really, really cool strategies that we've been using to massively grow our following in our community and therefore our prospects and customers. And he's going to be sharing how you can be doing that and what are some of the techniques that you can be taking out to really grow your following, grow your community, and ensure that you have a consistent stream of prospects coming through as well in this next year. Kathleen is our Chief Product Officer. Kathleen's going to be sharing how we're really growing Genius U and making Genius U basically the one-stop tool for all entrepreneurs, the place where you can build your entire business in this next decade. Starting right here, right now. I know some of you are already using it, but she's going to be showing you all of the latest developments on Genius U and how you can really maximize not just the way that you're using Genius U, but the number of prospects who are coming through as a result of that as well. Kathleen is in Lisbon right now in Portugal. We've got Marilise, who is over in South Africa. Marilise is our data manager, our Lord profile, who this is a reasonably new role that we've had in the company since the crisis, where we are tracking everything using really intelligent data. Marilise is going to be sharing how we've done that and how we're actually pulling together really intelligent dashboards that our partners can use so you can be tracking the data and you can be creating predictable revenues on an ongoing basis. Michelle, I think most people who are already partners knows this is Michelle Nolting, not to be mixed up with Michelle Clark. You can see we're similar but different. Michelle is over in South Africa. She is our partnerships manager. If you have been a partner with us, you will know Michelle. You've probably had a number of calls with her. And Michelle's going to be sharing later on about those of you who come on board and join the partner pathway, what that actual experience is going to be, how that onboarding is going to work, and how we're actually going to make sure in this next 6 to 10 weeks that you are totally set up for huge success in 2021. We have got a really, really exciting lineup for you for those of you who want to come and work with us in 2021. So those are some of the people you're going to be hearing from today. I also have some guest speakers I'll be introducing later who will be sharing their stories as well. All right, so I'm going to introduce you to our first speaker of the day. This is Roger. He is our head leader, head strategist, head genius. And he is also been like not just leading the way that we have found our way out of the crisis, but leading the entire acquisition strategy and growth for Genius Group. This is a presentation that all of us are hearing for the first time, so even the team included as well. So we're super excited. So you can say you got to hear it first with all of us. So Roger, good morning to you.
Good morning. I'm super excited as well, actually.
All right, I'm going to hand over to you.
Sure. Okay. Well, welcome everyone, and thanks very much, Michelle, for launching us into what I believe is going to be a very, very exciting conference that we have right now. I want to share this as a starting point because what I'm going to go through is a summary of why I believe everyone's on this call and what we have coming in the next 10 years. And as Michelle said, it's really the first time that I'm sharing this as a precursor for what is going to be happening that you should all be coming to at the beginning of December, which is our Global Entrepreneur Summit. So obviously all as partners, you all get a free ticket to come to this. We have been running this every single year for the last decade. And I'm going to actually be sharing with you on this call just how much things have shifted in the last decade to give us an idea of where things are going in the coming decade. But first of all, let me just start here with the actual group, which everyone's been posting into. And what I think is really incredible about the actual partner community and those who are on the call right now is everyone is at a totally different level and a different stage. So I'm just looking at some of the people that actually have been, sharing in here. We've got people in here at the moment who've already posted. If you haven't yet, do post where you are in the world, and everyone's giving a weather update as well. Jan, for example, right in Slovakia, which is across the border from where I am right now in Warsaw in Poland. And I've known Jan for over a decade now, as he's grown his business together with Bayer in both Czech Republic and Slovakia as well, and how they've just evolved from one thing to another in the way they've run their businesses, and actually now stepping up in all the partnership opportunities we have as well. Sayaka, who's here in Japan, I haven't actually met recently. Really interesting to see the new people that are coming on board here. We have Trevor here in St. Albans. Tina, actually, we go back over 15 years, right? All the way back to Academy days in the UK, and she's based in Denmark. Again, just seeing the evolution of different people with the whole of Genius U, because Tina's always been very active in Genius U. Angie, I've known for over a decade, and the growth of her business in New Zealand and how she's now got involved in Genius School, and what we're now going to be talking about on this call, which is how we've actually built the full curriculum, and where we are taking on board entire schools, colleges, universities as part of this as well. And then others like Almira, I don't believe I've had a chance to meet yet. So newcomers that are coming in. Vanessa here from Menorca in Spain. And so whether it's UK, whether it's South Africa, whether it's New Zealand, whether it's Pakistan, we have a very, very, very international group here. So do make sure you do connect with others on this group, because we want to make sure not only are you aware of what is coming, but you're actually making the most of what's happening already today, and everyone who's already connecting with each other within our community right now as well. So that's the first thing I want to share, is just like, the fact that this is much more than just the content we're going through. It's all the people on this call, and the fact we're all on this journey together as well. This link, I'm sure the team will drop this link in. I know you all have it anyway, but this way, even on the call right now, you can take an action and just make sure you got yourself your tickets. And the other thing that's going to happen all the way through this conference is our big intention is to make sure everyone on here is having a call with us to go through, when you're hearing everything that we go through here, what's the best pathway for you. So this whole thing is much more than just us kind of giving you updates. It's actually making sure that you're set for a really super successful end of 2020 and super successful 2021 as we're leading into the digital decade. All right, so with that being said, I am going to jump into a number of slides. I believe we're going to be sharing these slides with everyone here as well. And you'll see that the theme of what I'm going to be sharing, which is the digital decade, 2020 to 2030, starts with 2020 itself being ground zero. I don't think anyone is disagreeing with the fact that this has been a pretty horrendous year for the world in general. And it's like, well, how can it get worse? And then it just keeps on getting worse. And I think that there's something really interesting about the whole point about the reset and the fact that everything has to zero out in order to be able to launch something new. I mean, like you've got to spend so much time on the launch pad to make it solid enough that the rocket ship can take off. And so by thinking that this year is the year that actually enables us to actually launch into this decade, I think is a really healthy way to be thinking about this. And most importantly, doing this in such a way that you're not just thinking about what you're going to do this next year, but really just how important these next 10 years are going to be. These are a couple of slides that for those of you who have been around for a couple of years will be familiar to you, because one thing very important about what we're going through right now is it shouldn't be that much of a surprise to everybody, given that we've been talking now every single year about what's coming. So this year was about the coming decade from 2019. This was like 2 years ago, when we had our Entrepreneur 5.0 events that we ran. And we were already talking about how modern society has reached its limits. Society 5.0 will liberate us, that the old system was already broken, right? We know that. But this was actually from Japan, where they came up with this concept of Society 5.0, and where they were talking about how this new society we're going to get into in this new decade, which was going to be Society 5.0, where we are interacting and connecting up with machines, with AI, that this was something which would be happening and would all be a part of it as well. And so we were already talking about how, as an entrepreneur, you can prepare yourself for what's coming. And we talked about the Entrepreneur Blueprint, which is all about Entrepreneur 5.0. And we also walked through exactly what the steps are, which allow you to create a sustainable cycle so your business can keep on growing, even in crisis times. Now, what's really interesting is that those of you who followed this a couple of years ago have got really successful businesses right now. And in fact, we've got some of them who are going to be sharing on this conference. The other thing is that we ourselves have been following this. And the things I'm going to share with you about where we're at right now and where we're going has everything to do with the fact that when we make predictions about where things are going, we then follow those things as well. And so it isn't just a matter of just saying, you know, follow what we say. It's like, follow what we're doing because it's working. And more importantly, partner with what we're doing. So obviously, I'm preaching the converted. Many of you already are partners and you're already getting the successes that come with being in our community. But I'm very sure that many on the call also have got a lot more you can do to really leverage on what we're offering. And that's a large part of why we're actually running this partnership call right now as well. I also want to share at the very beginning of this year, in January, before we actually jumped into this crisis, we already were talking about a full global curriculum, which we called Entrepreneur Dynamics at the time, and which was largely focused at entrepreneurs more than, you know, kids or you know, mentors at an older age. It was very much like, okay, let's focus on those who really want to start a business. And where Entrepreneur Dynamics was already growing around the world with all these different cities, which were then actually launching everything from their own circles through to the opportunity to set up their own Genius Centrals. And then also all the content was also being created. And we already at the beginning of this year brought on many different partners who were either our translation partners or our city partners. And so one of the really big things that's happened over the last 9 months is we have evolved all of this very dramatically as a result of the crisis, effectively accelerating what our plan was to achieve between the next 3 to 5 years within 10 months, right? Within the next, so it's actually launching right now. And that is, instead of us looking at just how we can move through the spectrum levels as an entrepreneur, we now have got a full Genius curriculum, which starts all the way down at prep, like before even primary school. And the acquisitions we're doing, and we're not going to go through all the details of the acquisitions because they're all in process right now. But by the time we get to the summit, we'll actually have already all those acquisitions completed. And we'll already be sharing at that summit what the names of the different companies are that we're actually partnering up with and that we're acquiring. In every single one of these areas, we have got world-class 21st century curriculum that links together into a full spectrum so that we have prep, primary school, secondary school, leading into university and apprenticeships, which leads into entrepreneurship. So really you can take all of this, and this is now just this. And then from here, all the way through life, you can actually make sure you're actually graduating from each one of these different levels. And then from there, moving on to mentor, or even paralleling being a mentor as well as being an entrepreneur, whether it's at the coach, consultant, you know, trainer level, master trainer level, or even elder, where you're actually just giving back. And the entire structure here is one which has been what's captured the imagination of all of our investors and our investment bank and our advisors for the IPO that we're doing. And we're on track right now with the New York Stock Exchange IPO that we already had planned at the beginning of this year, except the difference is it's now 3 times the size we thought it was going to be. So there's been like a massive big jump that's happened during this crisis when people have more than ever seen the challenge that we have in the world today with both the work crisis, employment crisis, but also with the education crisis as well. So this whole next 3 hours of this conference is going to be about how you fit into all of this. And you will see as we go through this slide again and again, because this slide is going to go through how we have got 3 levels, which already we were launching back at the beginning of this year. And we are taking all the best and growing on what's already the best in there, and actually having 3 levels for faculty, where it's very easy to enter for free. And then there's steps that allow you to earn more and more at each level. And each one of you on here is either already part of our leadership in the faculty or leadership in the community, where we have all the cities that we're also launching, which then lead into the countries. And whether or not you choose to do one or both, where you're actually then really being of value to people in terms of the content and your own mentoring, or whether you're being of value in terms of the community and the way you're building the community, we're going to share with you how this actually fits into a really incredible picture of how we're going to be a leader within the next 10 years for everyone who's looking for a better solution than the current education system, the current training, or the current option of just going out trying to get a job when the jobs aren't there. So let's start with this. This is a video which we posted. I posted this in June. You can see it's had 1.4 million views. This video here, we have this thing here, which if you're doing videos, this is called Videolytics, right? It comes from something called TubeBuddy. And you can see it's had 100 score. It's 1 out of 20. It's had 16,000 likes on Facebook, even though it's on YouTube, 1.4 million views, 5.8 thousand comments. And the real key to this thing here, the fourth turning, how this crisis was predicted, is it explains how we are only in stage 1 out of 5 when it comes to the crisis, according to a book which is called The Fourth Turning. And it actually explains that the first one of these steps is the step which is the spark, which is what's happened this year. And it's just a spark. We aren't in the crisis yet. And from the spark, it then goes into what is the disruption that then takes place over the next year or two, how that leads into a full collapse. This is a collapse of nation states, a collapse of economies, a collapse of the full debt and fiat currency system. And again, this is not my theories. This is what the book already is predicting. And this book was written in the 1990s. And how this then leads into a new climax, and then eventually it leads into a new generational change and a new beginning. And this actually goes back over 500 years of cycles that have taken place through generation after generation. And it's a very interesting video to watch, because you can't help but, after watching it, actually believe that we are part of a much, much bigger economic and political cycle, which has repeated itself in many different ways in the past. And this is pretty dark viewing when you're actually watching it. But at the same time, it's a real wake-up call, because always in the biggest crisis is always the biggest opportunity as well. And so I share this here because the things I'm going to talk to you about on my session I'm doing now is largely around how possible is it to predict the future based on the past, or at least get some ideas of the patterns of where we're going. And for everyone here on the call to be really thinking for yourself about your own business, about your life, about where you're going as well, how this all actually links into a much, much bigger theme, which is, what do you actually want to make of your life? Like what is your legacy going to be? And at moments when there is a more malleable global situation than ever to actually make a shift, and sometimes things are actually quite fixed. Sometimes people don't want to change things. And so even if you have the will to want to make a big difference, it's kind of difficult to do. But when everyone needs change, when everyone is already knowing that what was there is no longer there, where everyone is open to whatever new can come along, that's when new leaders emerge, right? That's when you have a chance to make history. And that's a large part of what we're about. And as you know, being part of Genius Group and being part of our community, this is not one thing that happens with one or a small group of people. This is something which happens with everyone being part of it as well. So I decided to put this slide in here because I thought it was kind of an apt slide, where you can see here on the left this poem by Rudyard Kipling, which is called If. And as you see, it says, if you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you. And then it goes on to talk about basically when everything's going crazy, how do you actually be a good leader, right? So the whole of this, ending with "You'll be a man, my son," is like about that whole story, which I'm sure we've all read, about the fact that we have to be almost being counter to what others are being in order to be a true leader. But then on the other hand, as well as saying that, you can see this one here, if you can keep your head while all those around you are losing theirs, then you really aren't in possession of the full facts of the situation. So there is this kind of like kind of paradox that's going on in the world today that I'm sure we all share, where on the one hand, we're going, oh my God, this is the best opportunity ever to change things. But then on the other hand, it's like, oh my God, it's like, should I even be thinking that? And knowing that the borderline between true visionary leadership and total delusion are actually just a fine line between the two. But as we know, when we're actually seeing the likes of people like Elon Musk, that many people thought was totally deluded for what he was trying to achieve, actually achieving those things, you realize that more and more people are like saying, well, actually just keeping with what we've got is actually total delusion, right? So with that being said, what I'd like to do is just take a journey back for a moment and take us back just 5 years, because we have been running our summits every year for the last decade. They used to be called Fast Forward Your Business. Then they were called the Global Entrepreneur Summit, which is like the one that we're going to be running here. And by the way, if you want to watch that video, it's actually on the YouTube channel, right? So I'll drop a link afterwards on this as well. But I decided what I would do to just give a bit of an insight as to how much or how seriously you should be taking the next 5 or 10 years is just take a journey back in time for a moment to 5 years ago. So this here was our top 10 trends. We'll be covering the top 10 trends in our summit, and I'll be covering touching on the first 3 of those trends with you on this call as well. But this here you can see is from London, England, 2015, 5 years ago. So this was 5 years ago, me basically sharing with everyone what I saw happening in 5 years' time and beyond. And I just want to kind of like just show you not just how much things have changed, but how much the predictions actually have come true. So this one here, I'm just going to whistle stop tour you through this. But in this one here, it really started by looking back 20 years to 1995, where 1995 was the beginning of the internet. This is what a concert looked like in 1995. This is what it looked like in 2015. And what's really interesting about going back to 1995 and what I was sharing 5 years ago, which was that 1995 was a critical turning point where no one really got how big the internet was going to be. What I'm going to be telling you here is that 2020 is going to be remembered as more of a pivotal year than 1995. And that's because something is coming which is going to replace the internet. And in 10 years' time, we're going to look back and saying, geez, we were right there and we missed it if we don't do something about it. Or we're going to say, wow, we're right there and we actually did something about it. This here is what it looked like, 1995, 18 million people. By 2015, 3 billion on the internet. This already has gone over 5 billion within the last 5 years, right? So what it took 20 years to achieve, we've pretty much achieved again within 5 years. And so this growth rate has not stopped. In fact, it's continued to accelerate. And at that point, what I was talking about was, first of all, a wave which was called Everyone Everywhere, which was the sharing economy. And this was before Airbnb and Uber had really become big. They weren't billion-dollar businesses at that point. And I actually explained that these were going to be the new beginnings and they were going to be the ones that grew, which obviously is what has happened. And also that there'll be more and more freelance workers, which there weren't anything like as many 5 years ago. And of course, today, everyone's freelancing in one form or another. So there's been this massive growth, this massive shift that's taken place during this time. There is a second thing I mentioned, which is Silicon Smart, which is talking all about AI and saying that there is this whole new revolution coming. And mobile phones had taken off, but they certainly weren't yet at a point where they'd overtaken PCs, but that we'd all be actually accessing by mobile much, much more than we would by our PCs by the year 2020. And I was already talking about artificial intelligence and just how much this was going to be a major threat for the future and how Facebook would become one of the biggest villains because they were using AI already and people would already, this was an article from back in 2015 when Facebook was like the darling of everybody, saying that in the future, people would be going against companies like Facebook because of the way they're using your data. And here we are 5 years later where all of this is exactly happening as we thought it would be happening. So being really clear about the difference of book smart, which is how you got successful in the early 20th century, to street smart, which is how you got successful in the late 20th century, to Silicon Smart, which is how you're going to be successful over the next decade. This is what the digital decade is all about. And we're going to get a bit more into that as we go. Another thing kind of interesting is 5 years ago, this is what Genius U looked like. It was pretty much all PC based. We were just getting into mobile at the time. We had just basically got ourselves up to the 1 million visitors, not the 1 million members at that point. We had 250,000 members. So we've obviously grown that considerably to get to 1.4 million now. And we also had, at the point, this as our first designs on it with a global reach already, but still much, much smaller than when we are. And with the whole idea of us personalizing with AI, dashboards, missions, circles, and learning profile. We're at the very beginning stages of that compared to where we are today. Number 3, One Global Village. We talked about how, like, globally, we would be actually bringing communities together, which would become larger than nations, and how the growth that had happened over the last 15 years, or at this point, 20 years, would be doubling again within the next 15. And that the largest companies in the world, where at the top 10, there was 3 from China, that there would be a lot more from China than the US. Today, of the top 10, only 2 are still from the US. The rest are from either China or Japan. So there's been a huge change just in the last 5 years in terms of just how much the things we were predicting would be happening. Everything Connected was about sensors and how much we would be all using, not just mobile phones, but what comes after that. 75 billion devices will be connected to the Internet of Things by 2020. That's pretty much what's happened as well. And as a result of that, the Internet itself is shifting and changing, where it's not just going to be your mobile phone that accesses the Internet. In fact, if you use any kind of like fitness device, mobile watch, smartwatch, if you've got any sensors in your home, then you already know you've got many, many more devices connected to the Internet than just your mobile phone right now. Just Press Print was probably the one of the 10 that I got wrong because I thought the 3D print market would really take off. I believe that is going to be a really big growth in the next 10 years. Everything in Flow was one of the biggest things that changed, where everyone was still just looking at static pages on the Internet. And while still many people do, video has overtaken that by a long shot. I post much more now on YouTube than I do on Facebook. And that by the time we got to 2020 on the YouTube videos, this has gone up massively from where it was in 2013, but it was already something growing. And this would then lead to virtual worlds, which was already happening in gaming. And that at that point, this had just come out, which is Oculus VR. So Oculus basically was still owned privately, and it was only bought by Facebook, I believe, I think it was like maybe half a year after I actually posted this. And that's where it got bought by Facebook for over $1 billion. And I'm going to give you the latest update in a second as to where things are going now as a result of that. And then we've got Rise of the Machines, which is one of the biggest changes. Have a look at this headline. Google's gargantuan push for cars with no steering wheel by 2020. This has happened, right? Like last month, Google's now announced that they've got fully driverless cars with no driver that you can actually drive around Phoenix in their taxi service. So they hit the target. This one here, drone deliveries, flying drones, Facebook across Africa to try and beam in internet. While Facebook didn't continue with this because there was too many technical issues, as you probably heard, Elon Musk has been doing this with his Starlink satellite systems, and they've now got 100 megabits a second satellite internet access, which is now being trialed and beta tested in Texas right now. So we're seeing this massive shift that's currently taking place in the way that we can have online connection anywhere. Google's robot army, Google went out of the robot business. SoftBank bought over all of Google's robot army. So if you know Boston Dynamics with those crazy killer dogs, that is now owned by Masayoshi Son with SoftBank, where he's focusing on the whole singularity and the growth of that as well. And this whole growth of where we're going with robots, I'm going to come back to as well, because this totally transforms the way we start thinking about what work is in the next 10 years and what you'll be doing in the next 10 years in terms of how you go about going out to find resources or help in the things that you need. It's not going to be just a matter of basically going out and hiring someone, but it's going to be about how you actually access AI and robotics that's going to help you with the things you're looking to do as well. And all of this links to the whole concept of us and the singularity, which is now coming a lot faster than we had ever expected. And I'm going to show you an article which is all about that. I was talking already about how DNA was going to be the core of all of biotech, of what was already happening to have hearts that could beat forever, of already talking about the pathway that Craig Venter had set, where by 2020, first experiments of actually brain transplants, which obviously hasn't quite happened yet, but you pretty much transplanted everything else. First commercial copy of a body, which will be actually created by 2025, and then first creation of an artificial brain by 2030. So these pathways here, there are scientists all around the world that are actually working on the merger of AI, of brain technology. And if you know anything about Elon Musk, Neuralink, then you know that he's already showed that this is possible in tracking the brainwaves of pigs, which he actually just demonstrated last month as the next step of how Neuralink is going to allow you to have a direct brain to computer interface where you no longer have to type anything. You can just be thinking it, or you can just be actually thinking of a particular thing you want to actually have a memory of, or something you want to have direct resource to, and it just goes straight into your brain. This is all in the next 10 years, things that we're going to be seeing. And we are going to be living through an extraordinary time of science fiction almost. And how we keep up with that is absolutely critical, because for those of us who choose to lead us through this, there's going to be plenty and plenty of people who are going to be left behind. And this all links to this whole concept of the singularity, exponential growth, which was before looking at 2045. But as you will see from this article that I have here, Elon Musk has just come out in July this year. This is a July article, end of July. Elon Musk claims AI will overtake humans in less than 5 years. So that's by 2025. So he's accelerated massively. I've got a video just coming out about how it's possible that is accelerated so fast. In fact, even Ray Kurzweil has updated what he thought. He thought it was going to be 2045. And then earlier this year, he said it's going to be 2029. And now Elon Musk is saying it's 2025. So whichever one of these are going to be the ones that you take as your prediction, they're all happening in this next 10 years. And that's when you effectively have got super powerful AI that actually can be outthinking any human in general terms, not just in any narrow term, right? So this is like artificial general intelligence, where they're actually thinking how to think. And there's already a number of different AI systems out there, which are actually owned by Microsoft, who basically has got the control on OpenAI, and also by Google, which already are thinking in general terms, where effectively they're designing their own algorithms that then are coding themselves to be able to then think smarter about the things they're looking to solve. So this is frightening at how quickly this is actually happening. And then the new free world is where this all leads to, because of course, if you start having a breakdown in nation states, if you start having a breakdown in the current system that we have right now, then what happens is people start to reorganize themselves in different ways. And there's already, like you were talking about this 5 years ago, there was already enough science to show that, you know, we were losing faith in our own governments, right? We were going to be rebelling against them more and more, and we're going to be finding smarter and smarter ways to actually bypass the governments themselves that were no longer seen as being there as direct benefit to who we were and what we were trying to be, but often we're actually working against whatever it was that we were trying to achieve in order for them to survive themselves by taxing what they could tax or by controlling us in ways that we don't want to be controlled. And we're seeing this all around the world right now, where there's larger civil disobedience in the world than at any other time in history. And you can just take all of the travel restrictions or government lockdowns and how many people are not just protesting them like openly, but how many are just simply not following those rules. So we're actually seeing this all around the world at the moment, and there's no way back from this. It's not like suddenly everyone just goes back into civil obedience again. Once you've actually broken that thread, everyone starts looking for a different way. And so World Wide Web is about the breakdown of the system and the rebuild of a new system. I had this article, Elon Musk is designing a Tesla battery to power your home. He has just announced today that this is his #1 breakthrough that's going to be coming up next, is the solar roofs, after everything he's now already done with Tesla. And then from there, without going to all the detail, I then go through exactly how this is going to happen. And the blindside revolution, which is basically about coming to things from right angles, is about why all of these bankruptcies happening could be predicted. All the bankruptcies happening today in the world could also be predicted. In fact, I did an article actually showing which companies would go bankrupt, and they are the ones that are going bankrupt. And while everyone's getting a struggle with the crisis, if you're in too much debt, if you don't have a business model that's survivable, then you're going to go bankrupt no matter what. And I've seen many of the people that we have in our own community who've got like the most incredible products or the incredible systems. Some of you on this call, you know you've got amazing things that people want, but if your business model is out of date, then you're going to end up in massive strife no matter what. It's just the way things go. But if you say, okay, well, things have to shift, what is the way for things to shift? And the way to shift, and the example I gave way back in 2015 was what happened at the Battle of Trafalgar, when the actual entire, like, Napoleonic Armada was way, 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 way more powerful. Like 17,000 men and compared to, 30,000 men compared to 17,000 that Nelson had, or 33 ships against the 27 ships, which were much smaller. What Lord Nelson did is he just came at right angles, and so they couldn't even fire, because normally they'd actually come in a line, but they said, no, we're just going to do it different. And they just came basically and just annihilated them by actually hitting them at right angles. And so this here was a talk that I gave separately at Mind Valley, and then I actually made it part of my presentation, where I talked about how the big technology companies or the digital companies, whereas the industrial companies were all focusing at a particular industry, and as long as you were in that industry, then you had a chance to be successful. That was the idea. What was happening with the digital companies is they were coming with all of these different waves that I've been talking about, and they were coming and effectively annihilating them across. So Apple was on this march where they had already transformed entertainment and then communication and then getting into education and then financials and transport. But they were doing it through all these different things, from AI to Internet of Things, the high-speed internet. And they were just linking these technologies to then collapse all these different industries. And the same thing was what Amazon was doing. And the same thing was what Google was doing. And in every one of these cases, they were taking these different industries and they were basically fragmenting them and making them totally digitized. And so the people that were in there, even if they had all the expertise, were going to collapse. We've seen this with the auto industry, like with transport. Tesla is now the most valuable car company in the world. And Elon Musk never went to auto school, right? He just basically came in with the technology. And so if you're coming in with the right technology, or riding with someone who's got the right technology, which is what we're doing, then you can go in and actually transform an entire industry. In our case, the industry that we want to transform is education, because we believe that education then connects to everything else that's out there right now as well. And then from there, once we actually take the education system and say, well, if we were to shift that, what would that look like? A large part of how we do it is making sure that while the industries are linked to profit streams, right, every one of these industries has got a profit they're trying to make, the technologies are linked to purpose streams. And each one of these is a very specific purpose. This all, after 2015, became part of the 17 global goals. That was only created in 2015 and became public in 2016. So when I actually did this talk, we didn't have those 17 global goals yet. And that's all happened over the last 5 years. So I'm sharing all of this because what I want to really get across is the fact that what is now happening and where we're now going And the things I'm about to share with you, it's not just a theory, it's the fact that if you actually watch the patterns and see where things are heading and read like what the people out there who are watching those patterns as well, what they're thinking, you can get well ahead of the crowd and at the same time be a leader to the coming waves that are about to happen as well. So just on this point, because I'm about to go into what's about to happen now, Michelle, I'd just love to just get your take on 5 years ago. Obviously, we were doing all of this, and we actually had at the time actually this as well, which is the partner conference. So I thought I'd share this as well, because the partner conference at the beginning of 2016, in here, we were already talking about the fact that the way that things were going to be going, even everything was growing, everything was like heading, but it was all very much like, high touch. But then we actually said, well, what about in the future? What would it look like? And I was sharing this whole concept at that point about a global learning network, which was really the beginning of Genius U, where we were going from social networks, which was just creating lots more noise, going from one to many to many of many. And now we were doing the same thing with learning hierarchies, where we're going to a learning network, which is what Genius U is all about, where we'd have exponential learning based on everyone sharing with each other and learning from everyone around the world, versus social networks, which is eventually break down because they just create too much noise through too many actions you need to take. And we would be in a point where we'd be spending more time in learning networks in the future than also in social networks. So this was like 5 years ago, we were actually talking about this. So yeah, I'd love to just get your take, Michelle, on just how much things have shifted and just how much the things we were already predicting have actually been coming true in everything that we're doing right now as well.
It's nuts just watching this and remembering back, like, and people are commenting that were there at the event in 2015. And I remember watching you and I was like, all right, yeah, good luck with that, Roger. And then some of the stuff like just happened within 12 months, never mind within 5-10 years. Like, it was really, really freaky. And that was our first partner conference that we did that year as well, because we actually integrated Talent Dynamics into Entrepreneurs Institute, which was the company then.
Exactly.
We had the Genius test that we basically turned into Genius U. I mean, looking back at those like old designs, Kathleen's probably turning in her seat looking at them. But literally, we just had like our very first partner pathway, which was come on board, be a flow consultant, be a performance consultant. Like, that was really what we had in those days. And we had a whole group of affiliates out there, but they didn't really know what they were even promoting or how they could promote stuff at that time. So, geez, to think about the speed of change in those 5 years, and that every year you were predicting the way that things were going to shift, and looking back and seeing the purpose streams, like they actually became I mean, I think that's probably where you created the purpose test from as well, right? Like, that's how you actually put it together.
Yeah, we didn't even have the purpose test in those days, right? Like, it was just all about, okay, this is what's coming, and then saying, well, if it's going to come, we might as well be the ones that actually help create it, right? Like, and so at every point, it was always about the prediction first. Someone's going to do this, then it's like, if someone's going to do it, it might as well be us. And that's the most important thing, is that for everyone who's on the call, like, whatever you want to do, there's a good chance it's going to happen anyway. It's just a matter of whether you're going to do it first or whether you're going to kind of wait until you see someone else do it and then go, oh, I had that idea already, right? Which is why we're always moving at pace, because we know someone else is going to get there at some point.
And I think, it's super cool that you basically live in the future, right? I think you must have a house or somewhere like in 5 years' time where you go and live. Because even at the beginning of the crisis, when we were like sort of like so shocked at everything that had happened, and most of us were like just stood there going, what is happening? Already you were just saying, well, here's actually what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen. It's going to go on for this period of time. There's going to be a first wave, there's going to be a second wave. We were like, but we're just thinking we're going to be locked down for a couple of weeks. And you already were predicting this whole pathway and journey. And we were able to just take a step back and go, well, whatever it is that's happening, let's start preparing for that. Let's start shifting our business model straight away, and let's start getting our partners on board so they can do that as well. And I think the way we're able to make sure we're sharing that content with our partners, so that they're the first people to hear about it. Frankly, the partners were the first people that we saw pivot their businesses as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. In March, I still remember America was saying they were going to be open by April, by Easter. Pretty much all the governments were saying, okay, we've got lockdown for maybe a month and we're all going to be back to normal. And we already were saying to everyone, look, like, we're not going to do any events for the whole year. We're not going to, like, the flights aren't going to start up again for the year. We have to plan for the long term. And in the same way that we were saying that for this year, this session, this conference is not about just 2021. It's like, okay, here's what's going to happen the next 10 years. So set yourself up for success on the 10 years as well. Yeah. All right, thanks, Michelle. I'm gonna jump into a couple of the predictions on what's going to happen now. The first one, which is one of the really big ones, is what I was saying around the whole idea of AI is becoming more powerful than humans in less than 5 years. What this means is that within 5 years of now, you will not be using Google, right? You'll have your own virtual AI You'll have your, like we have Genie, which we're developing because we know there's going to be multiple AIs like that. You're going to be able to ask whatever you're looking for right now. Okay, who's the best person that can help me right now learn how to play piano? It's like, well, based on the fact that you're right now in Warsaw, Poland, and based on the fact that you actually, want to learn quickly, and that there are these people who actually are able to teach quickly, this is the person that's the right person for you, right? And straight away, it's like, do you want me to set up a call, and do you want me to book a lesson? And we're going to be seeing this all the way through, which means if you're not designed in with AI in this way, then you're going to be missing all that business because they're not going to be recommending you. So get into a community like Genius Group, where we are designing to optimize for basically what's coming in terms of how AI gets smartest. And all of the top guys, like people like Google and Microsoft, they already are looking to make what they're doing, what their search engines are, to be redundant by taking the data and turning it on to voice and turning it on to AI as well, right? So this is one big thing that's happening, and there's a whole bunch of other implications on it. But knowing that's going to happen means that the way we're going to be interacting with each other is going to be very, very, very different. I've got links to all of these, by the way, and I will be sharing these links so that you can go read more about these. But again, I'm not going to repeat all the things that are the summit's all about. I'm going to give you a taster, because I'm going to, more importantly, look for the people on this group that really get this enough to go, okay, we want to be the ones that actually are helping to lead this for everyone coming to the summit. We have 20,000 people coming to the summit, and we want to make sure they all have a pathway off the back of that, which is why on this conference, you're going to see exactly what that pathway looks like and how you can be part of that, which many of you already are, but what actually we're doing to really fine tune it based on the things you're seeing here. The second change is even bigger than this. And this is something which has just got bigger and bigger and bigger this year. And many people have missed it altogether. Will Facebook Horizon be the first step towards the metaverse? I'm sure there's many people here on this call who don't even know what Facebook Horizon is. Facebook Horizon is Facebook's big project to basically make Facebook redundant. And Facebook Horizon is a full 3D world where the metaverse is a combination of all VR, all AR. But if you think of, like, there's an article here, which I'm going to be dropping in. The metaverse is coming, and it's a very big deal. The metaverse will be bigger than the internet. And the metaverse right now is in the same place the internet was at in 1995. So we'll remember 2020 as when the metaverse really started taking off and people didn't even notice it. In the future, you will not be doing emails. You will not be looking at a screen. In the future, you'll be in your virtual world, even if it's just on a pair of glasses, and you'll be able to actually access all your information, all your data, and it will be stored in a very, very different way. If I right now am interested in buying property in London, and I want to find out what the latest things are that are happening in London, I need to go to the internet and go through a very two-dimensional view to search on what's going on in London and exactly what are the transactions that are taking place, etc. With the metaverse, I'm going to be able to access a 3D world, and I'll be able to just jump into that world, either because I'm walking the streets of London or because I happen to be, in Warsaw, actually just tuned into London. And I'll be able to go there to say, okay, well, what's going on in this particular street, or what's going on within this particular area? And the data will be stored in a spatial way. It won't be stored in an IP address. It'll be stored in a 3D spatial way, just the same way we have with maps. And I'll be able to actually access and go, oh, in this particular street here, this is the place where at the moment there's the most transactions taking place. And here's the kind of pricing. And I'll be able to go forward and backwards in time to basically say, well, what was happening here a year ago? And I'd access different data from a year ago. So I'll be moving through space and time to access data, and it will be organized in that way versus what's happening right now, where it's all organized flat. So we're actually seeing a totally different way of organizing information. And if I'm wanting to get educated, whether it's about property in London, whether it's about my kid, learning about history, whether it's about learning about a new country that I might want to go and travel to. Okay, if I go to Singapore, then what is the current restrictions? What are the ways I can actually get residency? I can just basically transport myself to Singapore, and I can see right there the people to speak to, the things to do. If I'm interested in an event on Genius U right now, I have to go and look at a flat view of all the events going on. In the future, I'll be able to say, well, I'm looking for an event specifically in this particular industry, in health. And I can go to the health universe and see all the events taking place. I want to look at health just for this coming week, and I can see all the ones just in the universe for the coming week, or I can extend it out or bring it back. And you can see a very, very much more intuitive way that we're going to be organizing data. And the internet effectively will be nothing more than one wall in one room in the metaverse. Already there are big multi-level games like Fortnite, like Minecraft, which already are designed as metaverse. But right now, if I'm in Minecraft, I can't just move to Fortnite, and I can't just move from there onto a gaming platform or basically into a business meeting. In the future, you'll be able to do all of that. You'll actually just walk through doors from one world to another world. And this is all happening not in the next 10 years, but in the next 5 years. So think about your own business, and are you going to be searchable and findable in the metaverse? Are you actually going to have, your own virtual conferences and mentoring sessions and shopfront in the metaverse? In the future, Amazon's already doing this, but in the future, there will be a place you can actually go and shop, which will be taking over from Amazon's current 2D, where effectively in your own virtual mall, and you can go to any shop anywhere in the world and meet other people in there and actually get to experience it all in 3D. And this is all coming to mobile as well. 5G actually takes us there straight away. And so this here is what we're designing everything we're doing for, because Genius U is going to be there at the beginning, at the very front of the metaverse. And this third thing, millions of Americans have lost jobs in the pandemic, and robots and AI are replacing them faster than ever. We are never going back to the old way we were working. Everything's changing now. And robotics is taking over. This is actually an image from a Tesla factory, the US Tesla factory, right? There's not a single human in sight. And so we are already moving to a place where everything that's automated is already being taken over by AI and robotics. And if we're not ready for that, or we're not on a platform that's ready for that, then we're really missing out from there as well. So behind the scenes, we've been super busy on what we're doing with the Genius U side. But let me just actually take you through this before I show you what that looks like. The top 10 waves, 2030, we'll be going through in the summit. A taster on 3 of those waves. Superhuman AI is what I just mentioned, the metaverse I just mentioned, and this is all about the great migration, that we're shifting not just where robots are showing up in our lives and AI showing up in our lives, but we ourselves are actually now totally changing the way we're doing work, the way we even want to experience learning, the way we want to experience school. And this here is 8 predictions of what the world will look like in 2030, 10 years from now. We'll coexist with robots. We'll have multiple AI assistants. Whatever it is you're looking for, there'll be an AI who'll be coming along to actually help you with it. All the issues of data privacy will disappear, because if you are using something like a social network like Facebook Horizons, you won't give Facebook all your data. Your AI will hold onto your data, and you'll give the AI permission for as long as you want to actually share that data or share parts of that data together with the robots at Facebook to then serve to you the things you want to see. But the moment you tell your AI to shut up, it will basically take all that data away, or access to that data away. You always have ownership on it. And there's no question that's how the future will be. The metaverse will have replaced the internet, which means no one will be complaining about phone time anymore, because most of us won't be using mobile phones. We'll be already having wearables, and we'll already be actually using the technology around us. We'll trade and earn in digital currencies, which means the current systems will absolutely totally change from where they are right now. We'll connect and work in digital companies, which means that the way we even connect with each other won't be physically going to an office in the same way. And the digital companies often will have their own AI CEO that actually is going to be working alongside the board to actually make decisions. Macroeconomies will be replaced by microeconomies, because we'll be quite happy to be actually earning the money we have by working together with a smaller community and earning everything we need, rather than having to basically go and declare all of our income to a particular country and then pay taxes there when we're only there for part of the time anyway. The world's largest companies will be AI companies and automation, entertainment, and education. These are the 3 big areas now. So data, the last 10 years have been all about data and social networks. It's all going to change to these 3 areas. Power will have shifted from nation states to cities, communities, and individuals. So we're going to see a very, very different structure around the world. And the decade will be one of greater crisis and opportunity than any other we've experienced in our lifetimes. And we'll come back in 10 years' time and we'll review this. But basically, just in the same way we've looked at the past and we're now living in the future from that past, we currently are in the past of the future, but the future already exists. And this one here, you've all seen this quote from Alvin Toffler: the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn, which is why education sits right in the middle of all of this. So what does this mean for Genius U? What we're designing right now, and this is a large part of doing the IPO, getting acquisitions, bringing it all together, is personalized AI Genie. We are really developing the AI side. The interactive AR layer, where we're starting with basically video interaction. Right now, we're still using Zoom on this circle, but we're integrating our own video into Genius U and then turning that eventually into the AR layer as well. Immersive learning, blended combination of high tech and high touch, which is why partnerships are so important to us, because it's not just about having the learning on the platform. It's the fact that people want to have guidance and have someone that can actually take them through that as a mentor. And we're seeing that value in the micro schools we've been running. They want a city leader, a host, someone that they can actually know they can connect to get the best resources within a particular city. Integrated earnings with blockchain-based Genie gems. We're actually launching our own cryptocurrency, learning credits converting to Genie coin cryptocurrency. so that when someone actually is going through any one of our programs and they're getting credits for doing it, they don't just disappear the way do if you're in a high school or university. They actually turn into currency you can then use. And predictive metaverse, a leader in meta learning in the metaverse as it evolves and replaces apps on the internet, we are looking to be the leader in how people are learning in this whole new experience and environment with everyone that comes with it as well. So the growth of Genius U since 2015, like when I showed you those slides, we were doing $800,000 in revenue, right? Like this year, we're going to be at $15 million for Genius U alone. We were worth $8 million. We're now worth over $200 million. This is all within the same period that I was showing you those slides. So we've been just tracking this as we've been going. And then we've actually got the group now where we're now acquiring a whole series of companies that are across the whole pathway that we talked about here. So the group is much larger than Genius U. So you can see here, while Genius U in 2020, this year, is doing like around $15 million in revenue, the whole group as a whole is doing this is in US dollars, $35 million, making $8 million profit, because we've got all of the resorts, we've got all these different organizations now coming on board. We've got full primary school, high school. We've also got university, a US accredited university that we've acquired, that we're actually going through the process of acquisition and IPO with as well. And every one of these different steps means that we're actually working together with the governments to enable us to not just have a pathway for the next 10 years to hit 100 million students and hit $20 billion in valuation, but at the same time to have a learning for life pathway, which actually allows all the way through life people to have a different alternative to the K-12 or to the Cambridge system. And in fact, this here, which is and going a bit deeper, especially for those who come on board and become part of our curriculum pathway, which is a large part of what we're going to be talking about, we're going to make sure that we have got regular sessions with you where we are sharing with you all of the things coming up as we go through the next 10 years and going through with you also on each one of these, not just the innovations, but the replacements that we're putting in place as a pathway that enables you to actually follow an education pathway outside of the current system. So everything we're doing is based around the World Economic Forum Schools of the Future white paper, which came out in January. And this actually goes through what actually is required given the breakdown of the current job system, right? So this one here actually talks about like the outdated systems of the past. We are not actually having people with the right skill sets to be able to actually even get themselves a job anymore. And so why this is so important for us to actually shift towards this fourth industrial revolution education system. And you'll see here that when we go into the detail of it, we break down the US K-12 system, we break down the UK Cambridge system. Every one of these is finite, they're fixed, and then you graduate and then you're done, and they take no responsibility for you after that. Even the IB system, which at least has a career-related program, but again, they just kind of throw you out at the end and hope for the best. Whereas in our case, we are actually making sure like we're taking a full-on interest in you all the way through your life. And we need at every one of these stages, facilitators, consultants, trainers, and the pathway of people that are going to come on board at every one of these levels to actually support us as well. So this here is like, for me, my life's work, right? Like for me, it's the whole vision of the fact that at the core of all of this is human consciousness. At the core of all these developments is not just, are we smart enough to move humanity forward, but do we have the right heart and spirit and mind to do this together? And that's coming right back to what you've all heard me talk about when it comes to Buckminster Fuller and the final exam. You know, passing the exam is not simply a matter of us having technology. Technology is already growing exponentially. It's our ability to have a consciousness to harness that technology, because if we don't, it destroys us. And we are now not just in that final exam, we're in the final moments of that final exam, where what we get to do over the next 10 years is going to make all the difference to the growth that we are going to deliver and how we're going to deliver it. So we are on track right now as a whole in terms of actually attracting investors, attracting leaders to actually help us to grow this. But the big part that links all this together is our partners, which is everyone here listening on this call, and how you basically over the next couple of hours, as we go through the detail of this, how you start thinking, not just, okay, well, what's my place within Genius Group, but what's Genius Group's place within your life, like within your vision and your legacy of where you want to go. And that kind of leads me to a final quote here from Buckminster Fuller: "The true business of people should be to go back to school and think about whatever it was they were thinking about before someone came along and told them they had to go earn a living." So with that, I am going to hand it back to you, Michelle, and I'm basically going to be here for the rest of the conference, looking forward to providing input wherever I can. All the links that I mentioned, I will drop them into the chat now as we continue. But back to you, Michelle.
Wow, that has really set the scene. Thank you, Roger. And those of you who've been around for some time, who've been our partners, I know we've got people on the call who have been around for like 10, 15 years. You just know that when Roger sets up these predictions and sets up what's going to happen, that is just what's going to happen. So you're definitely in the right space, being connected in with us, being one of our partners, being on this call. Please put your questions and comments in the chat. So we've got this thread going. If you haven't seen it already, if you've joined us while Roger's been on the call, we've got this chat going in the circle. It's underneath a kind of weird screenshot of me there, but all the chat is in here. So post your questions, post your comments in here as we're going through. And what we'll do is we will be coming back and answering questions as we go through. So I'm going to move into the next session, but Roger, we will come back for you with some specific questions, because I'm sure, I mean, like the metaverse just blew my mind as well. So I'll probably be posting some questions in there too. But really cool to see. Thank you so much. And thanks for joining us today. All right. So let us kick off now with me introducing a little bit about what the brand new and upgraded Genius Partner Pathway actually is. And then I'm going to be going into some more detail. First of all, I'm going to be sharing about the faculty and what we are doing for the faculty and all of the really cool tools and resources we have for the faculty. And then we'll do a whole session on the community and the cool tools and resources we have for the community. But as I said, as we're going through this entire session, you can be popping your questions in the chat here as well. Make sure you're putting questions, make sure you're putting comments in there, because you are all hearing this for the first time as well. So this is our brand new upgraded partner pathway, which we're going to be sharing about over the next couple of hours. So I'm going to go through it in more detail, but I just want to introduce this at this stage so you can see where we're heading. Now, in the past, we've had a partner pathway, which has been one partner pathway that people can follow. Now we are splitting it into two separate partner pathways. The reason we have done that is because we know that some of our partners have different strengths, have different things that they enjoy doing personally. So we want to give you the opportunity to choose which of the pathways most suits your own skill set, most suits your own experience, and where you see you can actually have the biggest growth and you can have the biggest impact and potential as well. So we've got the faculty partner pathway, which is aimed at those people who want to create content to add into the curriculum, people who want to be delivering content to clients across the Genius Group, people who want to be taking our own content and not just the content from Entrepreneurs Institute, but also the content from our acquisition partners as we get to announce who they are as well, where you can actually be taking their content and delivering this out to your clients as one of our accredited faculty members. So we have 3 levels. Of course, we always have our affiliate level, which is free to join. And anyone who's on this call, if you haven't been a partner before, definitely come on board and join as an affiliate, at least, so you have something that you can be doing and working with us and earning some affiliate commissions. But for those of you who are serious about being one of our Genius Curriculum partners and really growing in this next decade, you're going to be looking ideally at either level 1, level 2, or level 3. I'm going to go into these in more detail and explain about them. And I'll explain later on how the levels work so that you can decide which one is most appropriate for you. But we have 3 levels for you to come on board if you are wanting to content create. Now, you might be somebody who says, I don't want to be creating content, I don't want to be delivering content, but I know I have a real skill for just bringing people together. I know that I can grow community. I know that I have a way that I can just actually just get people who want to come and hear about the content or be part of the content. And so we have a community pathway as well. And again, we have 3 levels for the community pathway, and each level offers a different way that you can be adding value to what we're doing, but also finding a different level that you can be generating revenues for yourself as well. So typically those who are going to be at level 1 are going to be generating an additional 50 to 100K per year. Those who come on at level 2 will be looking at 150 to 300K per year. And at level 3, anything up to 1.5 million. So even as you're just hearing me start to introduce this, you might be deciding the level that you're most interested in, but don't worry, we're going to be going through all those levels throughout today. So you really get a chance to have a think about it. And of course, book a call with one of the team to really understand the best level for you as well. So let's get into it. Let's start talking for the faculty. You know, Roger has really set the scene in terms of like what is coming. And some of the major challenges that we're going to be facing and some of the major solutions that as a group we have put in place. But we know that right now here today and just in this next 12 months that we have some fairly major challenges right now as well. I know because I speak to many of the partners on a daily, weekly basis. I know at the beginning of the crisis, I had lots of calls with you, and I'm still working with many of you as you put your plans together. So is Michelle and the rest of the team as well. And we know that your clients' needs today are very, very different to what they were 6 months ago. The problems that they have today are very different to the problems that they had 6 months ago. And so the solutions that you did have, you've had to change. You've had to, this overused word pivot, and you've had to create something that you're able to deliver online instead of offline. But we know that is going to continue. We can see, as Roger said, you know, for the next 12 months, we're not planning to run any live events. It's unlikely there's going to be a major increase in live events. So knowing that this is actually going to exacerbate and grow, it's not just this kind of one-off period of time. Many of you have been telling me about the budget constraints that your clients now have, that, you know, they're choosing where they want to spend their money. They're choosing how they want to invest their funds. They're making decisions very differently based on the problems that they have right now. And just, you know, simply moving like what was entire offline businesses to doing it online. It isn't just about getting on Zoom, as you know. And how you do your product delivery very differently, how you actually set up your products very differently, how you create that attraction is very differently. And of course, we're seeing a real growth in the coaches and trainers as well, because we know that one of the things people just turn to very quickly is becoming a coach, becoming a mentor. So this is going to become a very, very crowded marketplace very quickly. And it's one thing to have changed your business to have something that you are delivering as an online product or an online service, but having a future-proof model which will get you through the next 12 months is very, very different. So having a business pivot, which I know pretty much all of our partners have successfully done in the last 6 months, is one thing, but thinking through, well, over this next 12 months, like, how am I going to actually exponentially grow my business? How am I going to shift my entire model, shift my entire thinking, so that this whole thing can grow in a very sustainable way, as opposed to just being something that I have done and changed right now to help us today, knowing that this is going to continue. And becoming truly digital and understanding this whole new digital world is a challenge as well. Like, what does it really mean to be truly digital, where you know that you have this consistent and predictable flow of new prospects who want to become customers with you? So we've got the team on today, so we're going to be sharing how we're going to help support you with these challenges and some of the many solutions that we have. So this is coming throughout the conference, so stay tuned, because we have got a lot of really cool value that we're going to be delivering to you on how you can actually do this, and how, of course, you can be using Genius U to do this as well. So here's just some of the solutions that we have, which I'm going to touch on before I start handing it over to the other team members as well. Right now, we have a massively expanding community of new followers. Like, approximately 20 to 25,000 people are joining us as followers somewhere in the world every week. This means that maybe they're joining our Facebook, maybe they're following Roger's YouTube, maybe they're, you know, following us on Twitter or somewhere, but they're actually giving us their attention by actually following what we're doing. We know that when we have those people who are following us, that there is a way that we can get them to join our community. And by community, I mean someone who actually then gives us their email address and either, you know, comes to something like a conference or attends a masterclass or a webinar or something like that, where we actually are able to deliver some value to them for them to become a prospect, which is somebody who actually shows interest in wanting to do one of our programs. And of course, from prospect, they turn to customers. So we're going to talk much more through this process today and how you do it. But one of the things that you can see is, because we are focusing at this globally, and we have been really focusing at this over the last 6 months, putting the whole data team in place, really growing the digital marketing team as well, which you can hear from. This is allowing us to massively grow the numbers that are coming in. Now, because we're massively growing the numbers, we have so many more people who are in need of support and training. We don't have the capability or the resources to be able to deliver all of that support and all of that training to those customers. In fact, we have generic programs that we can run, where people can come through and get to a certain level of understanding, but we have a need for people to have really, really specific niche understandings, industry understandings, niche understandings of specific products and services, and different industries and business types. So where they really need some specific help. And I know many of you on this call have been thinking about the niches that you want to own. And if you haven't yet, then definitely through this call, like start to have a think about the niche that you want to own, or have a conversation with one of the team to get really clear, because it's by owning that niche and really starting to create the curriculum and the content around that you'll create the most attraction. We've created and set up and launched the Trusted Buyers Club, where we now have guaranteed weekly revenues coming in for the members of the Trusted Buyers Club, and you'll be hearing from some of those members later on, where they're getting new clients coming through to them on a weekly basis. And more importantly, they're getting feedback on their products and services. They're getting feedback that's allowing them to really tailor their products and services to the marketplace. They're getting reviews, which is allowing them to stand out more on Genius U so that people can see their shop front as well. But the most important thing, of course, is that there's just a guaranteed stream of revenue coming through. And anyone who joins us as a partner with our upgraded partner pathway is going to be part of the Trusted Buyers Club. We're going to see between 70 and 100 new members joining us before Christmas, which is massively going to increase the Trusted Buyers Club and massively increase where you can get your resources from. When you can just go into the Trusted Buyers Club, knowing that you've got guaranteed revenues coming in every single week, but knowing that you can actually go and get the resources that you need. You can have someone to build your website. You can have someone to drive your webinar funnel. You can have someone doing your branding. You can have someone coaching you through how you grow your business. You can have a way to launch your promotion plan. So all of that is in there, providing you with all the resources you need to grow your business. Because for some of us, the biggest challenge is, cutting costs, holding on to budgets and wondering, well, how do we actually continue to expand the business and make sure we're generating more revenue so we can actually grow that marketing side as well. As I said, we really want to help all of you to get really clear on what is the niche specific content that you should own. Many of you on this call already own a niche. Maybe you can drop into the chat on the thread, what's the niche that you already own, or what's the niche that you really want to own in this next 12 months, because we know that where the trainers, coaches, educators are most successful is where they really clearly define a niche. They really clearly define something where they can become number one in that area. And any of you who've been through coaching with myself or with Michelle, who's one of our existing partners, that's the first thing we really want to get you focused at, is where do you think you can actually add the most value? What is the problem that your customers are facing, and what's the solution that you can create for them? And these are just some of the niches that we're looking for support on the curriculum right now. And as we acquire more companies, there'll be even more niches that grow within there as well. We've got this continuous learning and upskilling for all of our faculty as well. So those of you who came on board and joined us as faculty, maybe for the Crisis Leadership Academy, wow, that was the first program that we ran. So that must have been like April, May time, or the Entrepreneur Summer School that we just ran and just finished there in September. All of the faculty who stepped up to actually become part of our faculty members at that time went through all of that training as well. They got all of that included for free. So we're making sure that our partners are getting access to the best possible training and development that we have across our entire group. And when I actually go through the partner pathway with you later on and show what we're offering and show you the package of training, I think it is going to really blow your mind, because we have included like some of our best content for our partners. We want you guys to be super successful. We want you to really grow your flow, which will enable us to grow our flow as well. So, and of course, on top of that is the continuous access to the partnership team for that coaching and training as well. Within that, we've got partners who are using our digital marketing solutions as well. We're really growing the digital marketing team under Suraj's direction. We've taken a lot of partners who we're doing that for, many of whom are generating over $30,000 of revenue per month. Here's the Health Dynamics Crisis Cleanse Challenge, where Joe had over 2,000 people just joining her Crisis Cleanse Challenge just by coming on board and being a part of this as well. So we have many partners that we're really directly helping them to grow their flow as well. And you're going to hear from Kathleen in a moment as well, where she's going to share a bit more about what's coming up with Genius U. And as Roger has shared in that overall strategy, like how we're actually really growing Genius U to support all of the coming trends as well. So we actually have a one-stop solution right now, which is a place where you can showcase all of your products, where you can have an entire shop front, where you can not just grow a community, but you can really get to know that community because of all the intelligent data that you have around those people who are coming in. You can be running your events, you can be generating your prospects. And I'm going to show you later on as well how we actually track all of that data and allow you to make super duper intelligent decisions about the people who are connecting in with you. So on that message, I think that's a seamless transition over to you, Kathleen. Good morning to you. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing very well.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
So Kathleen, look, I know you've got some slides ready here, but I would love you to be sharing, like, particularly for our faculty, those who are creating content or taking our content and delivering it, the way that we're really supporting them through Genius U, and some examples of how we've been doing that, because we've got some pretty cool ways that maybe they haven't seen recently as well. So I'm going to hand it over to you and let you pick up. And I'm here if you have any questions. I shall be with you throughout.
Awesome. Thanks, Michelle. Hello, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I hope wherever you are in the world, you are warm and healthy and happy. We're going to come over. I've just got the stream open over here. I've been seeing a lot of questions in chat, which is awesome. I'm really excited to be talking to you all today. This is definitely a new format for our conferences, but I'm sure many of you have had to trial new formats as part of this year. And for sure, the decade going forward, much as you've heard from Roger, we've got some really interesting things coming up in the tech world, which we are a part of, right? And all of you are a part of. You're in Genius U, you're experiencing the world through technology, and you're likely using technology now to run your business as well, as we are all online. So I'm going to go through, exactly like Michelle said, what we've got on Genius U right now to support you guys as partners on Genius U building your business. I'm also going to go through a little bit like, how does what we have now fit into this future vision that Roger has just painted for us? And what are we going to be doing towards this vision in the next year as well? So we've got a lot on our plate. This kind of like meta learning vision is what we're using as our like 5-year plan framework. And I did just say 5 years, which is a lot shorter than 10 years, as I've realized going backwards and doing all the planning. But we're definitely confident in our ability to create a world of Genius U that has this like meta learning component in it, right? So when we're thinking about like the personalized AI genie, the interactive layer on top of our experiences, many of you might remember the Genius U video that came out when Genius U first launched, with Kyron and Yayoi on the beach in the beach club networking through their mobile phones, right? What are the things that we're actually doing to make these things happen? And how does the current Genius U fit into this vision, right? Because much like any other platform, we don't delete content from Genius U. Anything that you're posting in there now, the community that you're bringing in, the educational content you're creating, none of that is ever going to go away unless you choose to delete it. So whatever you're doing on Genius U is part of this ongoing story, this ongoing journey, and the actions that you're taking now are building into this future as well. So when these tools become available, your content also remains as it is and can grow into one of these areas, right? Which is super exciting. So think of what you're doing now as like, you know, core engines of your business, but also opportunities to build into this future vision that we're also putting together and creating strategically for Genius U, right? So we've got the interactive AR layer, the immersive learning, the integrated earning, and the predictive metaverse. And we already have the foundation components of a lot of these things. So I'm going to go through now, what do we currently have on Genius U to support partners, and how can you be using it in your business? How is it relevant to you? And how does it fit into the future vision picture of what is coming on Genius U as well. And I've got, I think, about half an hour, so I'm just going to be mindful of time here as well as I go through. So if you need to slow me down on the recording later, feel free to do so. But if you can keep up with Roger, you can definitely keep up with me. So as Michelle mentioned, we do have the web store on Genius U. We have a very, very easy way for you to set up your products, set up variants of your products, and allow you to actually already be making sales through Genius U. If you are digital business owners, whether you are coaches or trainers or you have physical products, the web store provides a solution for all of those things with regular scheduled payouts as well that you can track in your dashboard. So all of this already is a web store system. Many of you might be using Shopify or Squarespace or another website shopfront. But we now have the fully comprehensive Genius U web store up with all the tech and the tracking behind it, and filters and categories as well, right? And obviously anything that we release is an iteration of a future thing, right? Development never stops in the world of tech. So while this is the current web store, you can rest assured that in the future, it will definitely be receiving another design upgrade, which is just what happens as time changes anyway. But any products that you're uploading here, you can already be making sales and onboarding your clients and managing clients through this web store. So if you're someone who is currently looking for somewhere to sell your products, you can already be doing that on Genius U. And the way that this works is your products actually link into your personal profile and your company profile. So you've got this kind of whole trifecta of your personal brand, company brand, and product brand, where you can be linking these all together and people come and find you on Genius U as part of an ecosystem of your entire business, right? So Genius U doesn't separate these things out. Everything is linked together, which is why every time you create a circle or you create a product or you create a degree of some sort, all of these are then linked into your personal and company brand. So you can be creating this ecosystem of your business on Genius U as it is, right? And as for the Trusted Buyers Club, this is another layer of the web store. So many of you will have heard Trusted Buyers Club coming up. You've heard stories of members in Trusted Buyers Club who have been making like recurring revenue every single month based on the members of Trusted Buyers Club. And how this works is it's really what we've discovered is it's become this product workshop where people are actually getting real-time feedback on developing their products. They're getting partners through Trusted Buyers Club where people are looking for other folks to help them grow their business. And we've created this network of people who can all support one another transactionally. You can buy and sell in virtual currency. So you heard Roger talking about integrated earning and our own cryptocurrency. Genie Coin is really the beginning of that. And Trusted Buyers Club has been pioneering the use of Genie Coin on Genius U. And in the end, how that's going to link in is obviously right now, many of you who've been around a long time know of Genie dollars or Genius dollars. We're going to be converting those into a more rewards-based currency, which is Genie Gems, which can be converted in the future into actual currency, into Genie Coin. So we know the naming conventions are a little bit confusing right now. We are working on that, and we're going to be releasing Genius Gems to replace Genie dollars, but Genie Coin literally is currency. So people in Trusted Buyers Club are using Genie Coin to buy and sell right now. And how this works is they put in like they're receiving Genie Coin as part of a partnership level, or they are paying directly for Genie Coin in US dollars. And then that Genie Coin comes into Genius U. It's held in their personal bank account, so to speak. And during the Trusted Buyers Club, they're actually going and buying and selling with one another. And we actually have like on record, we've beat all the records of the sales through the Genius U web store, because what we're seeing is as people are trading in this virtual currency, more eyes are on the web store. And when people have compelling products, even people who aren't in Trusted Buyers Club are benefiting from this, right? Because suddenly with more activity on the web store, people are getting to know one another through their product offerings. And Michelle, do you remember off the top of your head what our like record number of sales was through the web store?
Yeah, we had 1 week just short of 100,000.
Yeah, so we've definitely, you know, we originally thought like, oh, the only way we're going to get more, you know, traction through Genius U is if everyone's selling products, but we didn't have a way to really create a trusted environment for people to do that. And Trusted Buyers Club has really been that trusted environment, because when you're coming in, you're actually also developing your products and making sure that your messaging is speaking to your ideal client. So we've got a really awesome group of people in there. I've got Moira's profile here. I know Moira's listening to the call, but just as an example of a Trusted Buyers Club member who's really built out her personal and her product brand as part of this. And Moira already had her own suite of products, and she's come in and has become one of the core members of the group, where she's actually got, you know, all of her imaging is on point, her branding's on point, her sales in terms of like the actual product structure. And she's also supporting other people in the group to make that happen for them as well. So we've got a really cool core group of Trusted Buyers Club members, and that is growing very quickly. And as we grow, we're seeing more and more potential partnerships come up where people are actually meeting with others in the web store to then build out collaborations or have, you know, support from another trusted person in their business, which is really, really cool. So as you can see, like we're all about community, even as we're growing the actual tech pieces here. The core of this is always the people on the platform. And speaking of community building, there's an area of Genius U that's gone awfully quiet. And I know why. This used to be probably the most used feature of Genius U, and that's because we were always running events and we had all of our city leaders running events as well. And so the event system was really built for physical in-person events. Now we're aware of this and we're definitely working to come up with more virtual solutions to make sure that all kind of aspects of events are covered. But what is really cool about events that already exist is obviously you've got the whole posting of the event that's possible. You could be adding your own personalized web page to the welcome page of an event. You can actually be having conversation inside of a circle. So again, we've linked all of the components of Genius U together so that you've got this ecosystem approach where people can always find, you know, the places to be having conversations about the things they're interested in. And so events are linked to circles. They're also linked to you and your company. And you can actually already be selling tickets on there. So if you're someone, a partner who is running events and wants to be able to show your events as linked to your company, and you're wanting to be able to show your events as linked to you and have people get to know you very easily, the event system on Genius U links to your actual profile, can add meeting links or addresses if you're wanting to do it virtually. And it also links to the circle where people can be having a conversation. And the way that we're thinking about circles really as we move forward is almost like the classrooms, right? They're the meeting places for learning. Right now, you're all in the circle having chats around this conference. What you'll also find is there's a library in the circle where you can actually be saving content. You've also got the welcome page, which has all the information about what you need to know to get started. You've also got like the actual members tab where you can go and find out who are all the other people, what Genius types are they, where are they located, all these people who are interested in the same things as you, right? And similarly for events, when you're setting up events as a partner, you actually have a whole dashboard where you can see what are your sales numbers, how many tickets have you sold, how many invites have you sent out, and what are the actual like day on day and even week on week numbers in sales. And then you can follow up, have different kinds of tickets, download CSVs of your actual clients, and manage ticket types and discounts for different people in here as well. So all of this events dashboard already exists in here, similarly to your product management dashboard. You can actually go in and have this hands-on experience to actually manage all these different components of what you're doing in your business as well. And this event system is also what our city leaders and our city hosts are going to be using to actually get people into their events so that we have this ecosystem in Genius U of these people. As you saw, we've got this crazy amount of followers coming in and all of these people creating new accounts, but for people to actually then be directed to where their next city event is, right? Or where the next group who is meeting aligned with their interests is. And the only way we can direct them there is that those events are actually being hosted on Genius U. So that's the point of really creating this whole ecosystem as well. And this next component is something that has had a new design implementation that many of you will have noticed last quarter, which is the whole curriculum side of Genius U. So we've actually got this whole new curriculum design and curriculum page where we've got micro degrees, micro courses, micro schools. And you might be thinking, wow, that's a lot of different micro objects. What are those things? So all these different curriculum types are really our ways of packaging different kinds of learning experiences, right? So micro schools are really where you're going and you've got a hands-on guidance, a teacher, a faculty member who's in there every step of the way, doing the course with you and training you as you go, where micro courses are a done yourself kind of training where you're going in, getting all this content and actually leading yourself through the learning process. And so these two kind of different core pieces of the curriculum. You've also got certifications, of course, still, where those of you that are high-level partners who have your own trainers, whether they are, you know, using an assessment of yours or using your IP in some way, you can actually be training trainers to get certified to work under you and be one of your trainers for your business. And then there's also, of course, micro degrees, which are just standard, standalone, evergreen courses that people can come and access at any point. And we've always kind of thought of micro degrees as almost like free lead magnets, whereas micro courses and micro schools are going to be much more paid courses where people are coming in to get a high value experience with you, where they've already built trust with you. So all of these different elements of Genius U are part of this trust building process, right? Where you've got your profile and your company page that people are seeing, they're learning a bit more about you. Maybe they'll go and do your free micro degree, or they'll see an article that you wrote on Genius U where they can learn more about your expertise and what you're doing. And following that, they're then going to want to maybe join an entry-level paid course, or they're going to want to join your online event where you're actually telling them more about what it is that you're doing next, which gives them an opportunity at every stage to build trust with you, have total visibility of the process that they're going through, and then eventually end up in your paid programs or your paid events or your paid products, right? So this is all part of this ecosystem. And now in curriculum building, you've got a really easy way to actually see the process that you're going through. We've got the whole visual on the actual degree side. As a mentor, you can download all of your client information. You can have them be actually adding submissions into different steps where you can then get access to whatever it is they're submitting. There's a lot of easy access in terms of buttons, imagery, being able to edit your degrees. And then, of course, to be able to share it and set things to private or public and all the other good stuff there. And then the actual filtration system that we've got, the display of degrees where people can come in and see this beautiful imagery. They can actually see what kind of badge type you've got. They can see whether you're a degree or a micro degree or a micro school or a certification, and actually see the featured courses as well that are always at the top of the page. So some really exciting stuff there. And the final thing that I'll talk about for partners is really what we've been building over this quarter, which is building out the assessments portal. So those of you that have been around a long time, that are flow consultants, performance consultants, will have firsthand experience with the TD profile test portal, which is ancient. It's older than I am probably. but the assessments portal, you know, is kind of clunky. It's not super easy to use.
How old do I feel today? Thank you.
Yeah, sorry for aging everyone out. But what we've been doing is really redoing the assessments portal. And the reason for that is we actually want to be giving product and translation partners, of whom there are a few on this call, so hello, the actual experience to go in and be able to, right now, like actually translate the wealth dynamics or talent dynamics content into another language, to actually be able to brand it and turn it into a niche. So Michelle has been talking about product partnerships, right? With actually like, you know, wealth dynamics for marketing or talent dynamics for sales teams. Being able to go in and actually rebrand elements of the content. That means like rebrand the reports. I know some of you look at the folks that are represented in the reports and you want to change out the other people that share your profile. There is going to be the opportunity to do that for high-level product and translation partners, where they can go in, edit the content, have it approved by our team, and then push it live, and have consultants under them actually using those tokens for the essentially personalized language or product report. And so then there's like this whole other branch, right? Where up until now we've had flow consultants, but we also have health dynamics consultants. And in the future there will be, you know, and there already are like Genius School consultants. There will be, you know, talent dynamics for sales consultants, and actually being able to grow this community laterally to address different markets and opportunities that many of you are already leaders of. So being able to turn this assessments portal into this tool, which is something we've been doing. So you've seen probably the new Wealth Dynamics test site, and then in the assessments portal itself, having everything that we had before. So you still have access to creating teams as a consultant. You still have access to actually creating a PayPal button so people can buy tokens directly from you as a consultant or reseller. But then also that product and translation partners can have their own assessments portal. So we've built this out so that it is flexible, scalable. Right now we are building and rushing to build, obviously with all processes in place, the actual translation and product side of this portal, so that by the end of this year, people who are coming on as product and translation partners can directly plug in, upload their own content, personalize the test, and then have their own consultants under them, growing what they're doing at this exponential scale. And in the future, we really want to make it accessible to actually build your own assessments, so that people can be coming in, using the tools that we have to build assessments relevant to your business, and then actually run a whole token process or a whole issuing process through this back end as well. So that's what I'll share on the community building side right now. As you can see, we've got a lot going on. But what I really want to highlight is that all of these tools, all the ones I've shown you, already exist, right? So we're building these out as part of this future process. You've seen the 5-year plan. The metaverse is coming. Everything that we're doing is groundwork towards that. Everything that we do builds data and builds information that our future AI is going to be able to learn from. So if you're in there posting articles and you're in there creating content, creating degrees, as our AI is getting built, all that information is going into it and will become the core recommendations for people coming to Genius U. So much like Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp all had their like beginning users, their entrance-based users, and then grew exponentially. That is what's happening right now with Genius U. So make sure you're getting in here on this first wave. Make sure you're building out all of your profiles, linking everything together into this flow that can already be happening. Continue to give us feedback. Everyone who speaks to me knows that I love the feedback, and know as well that we are working tirelessly behind the scenes to make sure that everything we're doing now plugs into this future that we're building around the metaverse and meta learning of Genius U. And as you're in there creating, think about strategically, how is this fitting within your business, and how can you really be using these tools to be within this first founding group and growing what you're doing as well. So
Awesome.
over to you, Michelle.
Super. That's so cool to see all this coming, Kathleen. Thank you very much. And I'm going to come, and we're going to come to Michelle in a minute and see what questions are already showing up, because we want to be answering the questions as we're going through the conference, as opposed to waiting. If we were all in the room together, we'd be having a show of hands and doing questions as we were going through. But I just want to share, what has been so cool is to see the amount of our faculty who've actually been putting their content on Genius U and putting their products on here and actually getting reviews. I mean, it's amazing. And you can see somebody who's in the Trusted Buyers Club, they get a little TBC badge there. But as Kathleen's saying, that the fact that we're creating so much attraction into the store is creating attraction as a side for everybody else who's put their content in here as well. So it's just so cool to see all these different products in here. And I was just flicking through and I saw Lisa Michaels here. Here's Lisa Michaels, who has been one of our faculty, joined the Crisis Leadership Academy faculty and was actually presenting at the Entrepreneur Summer School. And she actually put together, like, Lisa's whole business. She is the city leader for Atlanta, right? And she was running events over in Atlanta and they all kind of stopped. And all of her live mentoring and live coaching had stopped. And she said to me, Michelle, what should I be doing right now? And she told me that she had all this experience in creating accelerated learning and creating platforms where people could actually put their content online. And I said, well, one of the biggest challenges people have right now is how do they actually put a micro school together? And we just did Entrepreneur Summer School with 21 micro schools. And she literally put out this program of how to put your own micro school together. And she filled it straight away. She actually had 15 people come through her entire micro school on how to build a micro school, which was so cool. And she was doing all these one-to-ones, and now she's actually started, not just pivoting, but is now building out an entire model for this next 12 months is how she's going to do that. So, just by actually having your content on here, just by having a conversation with us about what is that niche, what is it that people are looking for. If you haven't discovered what your niche is right now, we know what the niches are that people are looking for, and we'll help you get really clear on what that should be and why you should come on as well. All right, Michelle, let's just check in with you to see what kind of questions are coming up at this stage, either for Roger or Kathleen or myself so far. What are you seeing so far?
Hey, everybody. So Deborah Harris asked a question earlier. How does this fit in with the previous flow in performance consultants and master trainers? Are those accreditations still recognized? So I think that would be for you.
Yeah.
Do you want to answer and then hit the next one?
Let's take the question at a time. So those accreditations are 100% still recognized, Deborah, and in fact weaved in within the actual partner pathway as well. Flow consultant, I think, will always be our core certification for any partner. Understanding the profiles, understanding how to use that content is a necessary requirement. Whatever pathway you want to go through, whether you want to come through community building or whether you want to come through the faculty, we're actually running the performance consultant in a few weeks' time at the end of November. We have another planned in. We've got 2 workshops planned in for next year as well. And the master trainers are the people who have the highest level of knowledge in terms of the delivery side. So they'll be the people that we're turning to for our instructor level as well. So absolutely, yes, it's incorporated.
Awesome. Vanessa J has got a bunch of questions. The first batch is around, is it a replay? Are we having it later? There's a different time zone, and are the slides available? So I know what you're going to say, but just tell everybody that will be available later.
So I'm going to say this is live, but if you're watching as a recording, obviously, then you're going to think I just said it and it's a recording. So we are going to make this as a recording available. We are actually doing 2 time zones. So right now, this is 9:37 UK time for me. So if you're right now, Vanessa, you are actually on this live version. For those watching it later in the NASA time zone, they're watching us again, but the team will all be on live answering the questions and interacting live as well. We will then break down chunks of this. So it's not a 4-hour recording. We'll break down chunks of it into different sections that we'll then post for partners to catch up with later on as well. Was that all those questions, Michelle?
That's for you. And I have one more, and I think this is a Kathleen question, actually. So it's also from Vanessa. It's around the real value of the Genius dollars. She's been accumulating it over time, and she just wants to be clear on where, Genius coin and TBC is different, and it gets confusing. So if we can get some clarity on that.
Yeah, definitely. And that's definitely one of the big reasons that we're going to be turning Genius dollars into Genie gems. You won't lose any of your Genius dollars. You'll still have the same amount that you've accrued over time. Right now, Genius dollars are already able to be used. And here's how. So in your dashboard, you can actually use your Genius dollars as rewards points towards discounts on products. So inside of your dashboard, there is a section on Genius dollars. In that section, you can actually see products eligible for discount. There's a little button there. And their mentors who have been uploading products, some of them have chosen to put allow Genius dollars to be transferred as a marker of a discount on a product. So they are rewards points that can be redeemed. And there are also, I believe, under the Citizen Card or Genius Card section of your dashboard, rewards there that you're able to accrue just by virtue of having a Genius Citizen Card, that you can actually be like getting those rewards. I know we have like the Wink ebook on there, a number of ebooks, and different mentors who have added products and discovery sessions with them over time as well. So you can already be using those Genius dollars as discounts towards products. And if you are uploading products as a mentor, you can be choosing if other people can use their rewards points as discounts towards your products, which in some ways might make them more desirable for folks who are in there looking for products with discounts that they can use their Genius dollars for. In the future, as we transfer Genius dollars into Genie gems, there are going to be opportunities, probably like quarterly, where people can be exchanging a number of those Genie gems into Genie coins, right? And Genie coins right now are literally like people are putting in cash money and getting out Genie coins. So it's almost like transferring like physical money for digital money. And that digital money is now exchangeable within Genius U. So as we move forward, we're going to be linking these different types of currency together. But right now, what you need to know is Genius dollars are rewards you're earning through taking actions on Genius U. Genie coins are actual currency that are being created when you exchange US dollars or other fiat currency for virtual currency. And that exists if you're inside of the Trusted Buyers Club. So those are two different things right now. And in the future, we're going to be linking those two together. But right now, you can still be using Genius dollars as discounts on Genius U.
So keep collecting your Genius dollars is definitely what I would read from that. Michelle, you've come back on. Have you got another question for us?
No, that's it.
That's it for now. Okay, well, look, Michelle is going to keep an eye on the questions, folks. I know there's lots of different threads that have been started in the group now with lots of different people. So Michelle, if you can navigate your way through the page, keep refreshing, finding the questions. We will keep taking little Q&A breaks where you can pop your questions in there, and Michelle will be reading them out to whoever is the person that she thinks is going to be the best person at answering that question. Roger, your face has just lit up. Have you something to add there?
Yeah, I just wanted to add a little bit more around just this whole currency side, because I think everyone gets a sense, especially if you're following Bitcoin right now, that, you know, people are losing more and more faith in the fiat currencies, which they should be, given that, you know, governments are printing so much of it. And there's two really, really big things that happen when you have your own cryptocurrency. One is there's no exchange charges, obviously, because, you know, you can just shift from one to another. And the second one is that there's no taxes, right? Because basically you're earning it in those dollars, and then it's only when you actually convert it back to your own fiat currency and then declare it as actual cash that you get taxed in your own company. And if you happen to have a Singapore company or somewhere else, there's always tax efficient ways to do that too. And the reason this is so important is because what we are educating our students on as we're building this curriculum is, as they're getting credits and everything I do, like someone might take my course and we say, okay, with that, you're actually getting Genie gems that you're actually getting as credits. And you can actually, they're just like air miles, you can actually use those against other things on Genius U, which means that someone else might be a mentor who has a program and goes, hey, I can see people accumulating all these Genius gems they're not actually using right now. And I'm going to give basically, you know, 20% of my course is going to be payment in Genie gems. And people go, great, then I want to do that course. And so it encourages people that have done education then want to do more education. And similarly, if you happen to find someone in Australia who's interested in your product and they've got Australian dollars and you're in the US, well, then you've got all these exchange currency issues happening. But if they're already earning their commissions in Genie coin, and they're also like getting Genie gems that they can then at certain times like use against your products, you then suddenly have a massive incentive for people to be actually buying from you. And that's such a powerful thing, because we know the reason that music took off is that it was so easy on the Apple Store to just do one-click payment. The reason Amazon took off is it was so easy when someone had, you know, basically just a one-click purchase to just do it and buy something for a small amount and it just got credited. In our case, it's going to be very much the same, where we're building in a whole microeconomy, which makes it very, very easy for someone to actually be, you know, utilizing their money, and eventually effectively will become our own bank, right? You could actually just be using, you know, a Genie Genie Coin. Like what we want to do is actually turn Genie Coin into a proper cryptocurrency. So the whole blockchain side and how we build all of that means that you actually can have, you know, a pretty substantial amount on there, and eventually that will link into even investing in, like, you know, the property investments and all the things that we're having on the platform as well. So I just wanted to add to that there's a much bigger vision behind this, that at the moment, if you're not used to using cryptocurrencies, guaranteed in the next couple of years, you're going to see the big benefit of doing that, as opposed to trying to just use US dollars or pounds or something else that's going to lose value every day.
Awesome. So definitely collect them. All right, there you go. You heard it here. All right. Thank you so much for that first session there from Roger and from Kathleen as well. We're going to be hearing some more from Kathleen later on in the session as well today. So thank you, Kathleen. And I am just going to start my screen sharing again over here. We will come back to the questions, as I've said, so do keep posting them. Right now, I'm going to come over to a couple of people who have been super successful in this last 6 months of actually really not just identifying a very clear faculty niche for themselves, but actually building their entire business and focus around that niche as well. So the first person I'm going to be calling on is my friend Niraj Shah from India, who's the CEO of Titan Masterminds. Niraj actually was the person who set up and grew BNI in India as well. Like, so he's a super duper networker. And we met Niraj, I think maybe only a year and a half ago, actually, at one of our events in India. He's become extremely active within our community. He has got heaps of value, which he has been sharing with everyone. And he has created so much attraction within his niche. So I definitely want Niraj to come and share his story. So Niraj, do you want to unmute yourself and put your video on for me, please?
Yeah, can you see me?
I can see you. Hello. What time is it in India?
It's 3:15 here right now.
It's 3:15. And can I have a weather update as well, please?
Yeah, it's bright and sunny.
This is wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. It's been amazing.
It's cool, right? So listen,
Yes.
I remember you and I had a conversation. In fact, you were actually the very first person I invited to come and be a faculty member. I remember us having that conversation.
Yes.
I told you you were the first person I was inviting in. You were super excited. You were like, I'm just jumping on board, Michelle. This sounds absolutely phenomenal. So we're going to talk a little bit about that in a minute. But do you want to just explain, first of all, like about your core business, what Titan Masterminds is, and kind of why you do what you do?
Yeah, I mean, we help people become titans in their chosen niche. So if they want to increase their income, impact, and influence, then we help them become titans. So that's the whole philosophy of becoming a titan.
So you have mostly in the past worked with entrepreneurs in India, right?
Yes, absolutely. And for the last almost 4.5, 5 years, I've been only working with people here in India.
And then when we spoke, like I said to you, would you want your business to go global? And you were like, yeah, I definitely do. Like, what's the way we can do that? So we talked about like really establishing that niche. You have all these like super skills that you really get focused at. Do you want to talk about, like, you came on board for the very first Crisis Leadership Academy, which is when you joined us faculty. You went through that Crisis Leadership Academy process. Do you want to just share, before we talk about what you did with the Entrepreneur Summer School, like how you established what your niche was by going through that process and becoming a faculty member and joining Trusted Buyers Club?
Yeah, actually the story started at the cash flow course. So I was a student there, and I was just seeing, okay, everything's going digital. We're going to have to go digital. So I began to pivot my business and started focusing on the online courses. So I already had one online marketing course that was there. And then when CLA came along, then we were able to really, I kind of got a sense of what it would be like to be a facilitator. And I was just a co-facilitator with Terry Vincent, and that was really amazing. And I think through the Trusted Buyers Club, I began to get a sense that people needed a LinkedIn course, because I put that up on the WhatsApp group saying, hey, guys, if I put this together, how many of you would be up for it?
I'm going to just share this here. Like, these are your products that you actually put here into the Trusted Buyers Club, right?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. So then suddenly that began to take traction. And just like you were saying earlier, that It's a great place it's very supportive, and people will give you feedback. So I just kind of really went with that. And, one thing led to another, and suddenly I found myself on the Entrepreneur Summer School leading the LinkedIn.
All of a sudden, I found myself leading the Entrepreneur Summer School. Okay, we're gonna come back to that in a second. So like just by putting these products on, and you saw that you were getting so much traction from people through the
Yes.
Trusted Buyers Club. Like,
Yes.
do you want to explain? I mean, there's the $1,000 a week of guaranteed revenues. Do you want to talk about some of the revenues you were doing weekly, like at the height of this, as you were getting started as well?
I think in total I've got some close to $10,000 I've earned already through TBC. So it's been amazing. But I think some of the other things that are really very important is from the other side, where where did I end up spending my money? And we ended up doing some really amazing things, which I could not have done by myself. So
Right.
the first thing was, put together an assessment, because I saw assessments working for you guys really well.
Yeah.
I said, I need a LinkedIn assessment. And we created a Facebook chatbot quiz, which really worked amazingly. And then that kind of led to a challenge, a LinkedIn profile challenge. And then that, led to an upsell of the micro school. So I've just finished my own micro school where we had 20 people, go through that. And we had about close to about 180 people or so. I can just share my dashboard if you
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
want me to show you that. Give me a second. So I'll just quickly show you my dash.
You also worked with Suraj and his marketing team to actually like really build your following as well, didn't you?
Yes. So you can see here, this last month basically came through the chatbot funnel. So 347 leads, and then we had 181 people end up going ahead for the LinkedIn profile challenge.
Wow.
And this is, although, so, okay. So you can see there's about 61 people that have ended up then going on, although it's showing signups is 0, that's not correct, because I don't have a way of kind of integrating all of this. But this is people ending up having a conversation with me. So it's like just how you guys have your Genius Igniter calls. So it's just it really has been amazing. And so just seeing how you guys are doing everything, I said, okay, I've got to set up things in a similar way. And it's just amazing. And I think the other thing we ended up building was a webinar funnel.
Yeah.
So I had some 350 plus people go through that. And off the back of that, I had about 20 people go through my online marketing digital micro school as well. So, it's, I've been just matching and mirroring what I've been seeing you guys do really well. And it's just ended up taking my business, which was a completely offline business, face-to-face, go global, and 100% digital.
That's
all within from May onwards.
Love it. I mean, I do remember when we talked, you said, look, I just have people come into my boardroom, we sit and do the masterminds together. And we knew that that was not going to be sustainable in the next kind of like coming 9 months. So I think the fact that you haven't just pivoted, but you've created an entirely new model, and you've basically just copied and pasted what we've done. You've worked with Suraj and his team to actually get them to do the marketing. And he's got, Suraj will share a bit more about some of those different marketing solutions that he has where he's worked, but to get that many new community members and new prospects just consistently coming through, and to have your own micro school that you're just consistently running with a very, 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 very strong and very, very focused niche as well. I think it's absolutely amazing. And then you went on to actually be one of the chief faculty for the Entrepreneur Summer School and actually ran a micro school for our clients as well. Do you want to talk a bit about how that went?
Yes, so we had about 60 people enroll for that. So as soon as that opportunity came up, I kind of just said yes. I grabbed it with two hands, and I said let's go for it. And one of the upsides of this is that there's not only an international platform that I'm being seen on, it's actually helped me build credibility back home. So I've ended up converting more one-to-one clients just because I've been able to, show that, I'm one of the top 20 mentors. So, that has worked out really amazingly, which I never would have predicted that it would have helped me sell. And the funny thing is, it's ended up helping me sell the higher end packages.
Wow, that's super cool. That's awesome. Love it. This is a fantastic story, and so cool. Just from picking that niche, getting into the faculty, and then just following and just copying and pasting and finding your own pathway with this as well. Thank you very much, Niraj, for sharing, and we'll see you on the rest of the conference as well. I know people will connect with you. Perhaps you can just connect and drop in how people can connect up with you if they want to do your LinkedIn content as well. That'd be great.
Sure.
All right. Thank you, Niraj. And the second person I want to share is actually Angie Stead. So Angie is the CEO of Magic Sparks, which is a group of nurseries in New Zealand. I've known Angie for, I don't know how many years now, a lot. We're not going to talk about that, I don't think, about our ages. And Angie is also the co-founder of Genius School, which again, just in this last 6 months, forced by the crisis, has really literally taken off and is now a significant part of our curriculum. So Angie, would you like to unmute yourself and put your camera on? Good evening to you in New Zealand.
Good evening, Michelle. I'm just trying to put my video. Oh, there you go. Hi, lovely to see you. Hi, everybody.
You too. How are you doing?
Yeah, great, thanks.
Oh, yeah. Awesome. Look, I know this is a super cool story. It's had some real highs and lows, particularly over the last few months. But why don't you start by just telling us a bit about where Genius School came from and how you came about actually putting that curriculum together for Genius School?
Yeah, Genius School was co-founded by Roger as well. So where I was in, well, still am in education, and we were looking at bringing Green School to New Zealand, and being mentored by Roger at the time, always challenged me to think bigger, still does, which is amazing. So, and through conversations we had with Roger, we decided to do Genius School, which at that time was going to be a location-based school. And then we decided it would go virtual, and now it's both. So funny how that seems to happen. Yeah. Yeah, so Genius School obviously is about igniting the genius in every child, which I think is the responsibility of every single adult on the planet. We really need to make sure that every young person today understands their true value and their genius, and has a unique path to success and a compelling future ahead, because the world's changing quite a lot and they need a whole new skill set. And obviously, Roger talked about the skills for the future earlier from the World Economic Forum. So in short, Genius School solves that problem.
Love it. And you have a group of successful preschools already in New Zealand, but obviously at a local level. So do you want to talk about the difference from having that local level schools where you're helping kids to actually creating an entire niche and product brand like globally?
Yeah. So I started off as a consultant in early childhood, and then decided that I wanted to open my own centres and work with my own philosophy. So I have 4 location-based businesses. Then decided that actually in one location you can't really make a huge difference. So I started a national home-based business. So that covers the whole of New Zealand. And this is all through, going through Crystal Circle and being part of this community. And then I realized that actually New Zealand's quite a small country and there's a huge problem to solve, and that's a global problem. So how do we do that? And that's how Genius School was born.
Awesome. Love it. And it's been so cool being part of this story with you and watching it grow as well. Do you want to just like take us back to the crisis, the beginning of what happened? I mean, you had a real crisis, your side with the preschools, and how that literally launched the whole of Genius School, particularly the Young Entrepreneur Academy, overnight.
Yeah. So Genius School has been going for some time, but you know, as with many of us, having other businesses as well, you know, I never really had enough focus on Genius School. My heart was there, but my priorities clearly were spread too thinly. And the COVID pandemic happened, and overnight, literally, well, actually, no, I had 2 days notice to close all my businesses.
Wow.
For I didn't know how long, and that was 100%. That was complete loss of revenue, and there's nothing like something like that to challenge your thinking and help you to reprioritize and think about what if. And you know, Genius School is always in my mind the forever thing. It's the legacy. It's what really is, it's what I live for. So I really got to reevaluate what I was doing. So even though I was still in the thick of trying to keep the businesses going and pivot and change things, it really got me to focus on, you know, is it really important to do that task now when I could be working on Genius School? And so anyway, we decided from our coaching calls and our group calls, the Crisis Leadership Academy had just been launched, and that was an amazingly successful program for entrepreneurs. And we know that our young people actually need to have these skills as well. And we were already running virtual micro camps for 2 days, having great educational transformational experiences for young people. And I think it was Roger that first suggested that we should be just modeling the CLA and taking that for young people. So we spent a few weeks doing that, you know, changing and adjusting the curriculum and making it more relevant for young people. And we had, I think it was 38 young people go through that program with even I was blown away, and I had high expectations of those young people, but I was so impressed and surprised by their achievements and what they produced over that 4-week time frame.
It was really phenomenal. So here's the Genius School's Young Entrepreneur Academy, like as Angie said, pretty much modeled on Crisis Leadership Academy. I think most of the faculty for this, as well as some of the Genius educators, were faculty who'd been part of the Crisis Leadership Academy, right? And they were sharing the content. And look, the stories that came out of the young people were phenomenal. And I know you've got 100, but do you want to just share one with us?
Absolutely. I can't screen share, but I can, because it's not allowing me to, but I'm happy to talk you through it. So unless you want me to share screen, I can, here we go. I can now. So here's just one, but there were 30 odd of these. So, and I chose this one because this young lady, Isa, actually didn't know what she wanted to do, had no idea when she joined the academy what her business was going to be. But through the process of getting her to focus on what global problem, to think bigger and then bring it down to a smaller problem, she realized her passion was actually insects, and she wanted to protect insects. And of course, we were in the middle of COVID. Her future vision is not on here, it's on another document. We were in the middle of COVID, and she was very aware that every time we were washing our hands, that we were sending all these pollutants and toxins into the streams and the rivers, and it was killing the insects. So she came up with a solution to that. So she is making soaps. She'd made her first batch a week after the academy finished. So she was very clear on the problem, on the objectives. She had the problem very well defined. She was only, I think she was 9 or 10. So one of the youngest participants. So she had the whole 5 Ps, the solution, her promotion objectives, and very clear on what they were going to be, even pre-orders for Christmas soaps, you can see here. So so she'd, like I said, she'd made her first batch by the time a week after the program had finished. And she had her team in place, which were her sister, her mum, her friends. Even look, many entrepreneurs struggle with some of these concepts. So she had a value cycle very clearly defined, and her measures, her impact measures. She had her team. So, and it was mum, dad, and anyone who could help her. And look, I mean, even the presentation and the branding, she's even got her own branding here with wild bubbles. It's just such a beautiful, beautiful promotion plan from someone so young. And, you know, we're on our Genius Educator program at the moment, and we shared this with some of them. You know, we said, you've got no excuse.
They need to put their own plans together.
Yeah.
There might be people on the call saying the same thing to themselves. Well, listen, Angie, congratulations, first of all, on the very first Young Entrepreneur Academy. It was absolutely phenomenal. It was great to be a part of it as well.
Yes.
I want to talk about the way that you're now growing the whole flow and building like your whole community, building your followers. You've been running a lot of competitions, you've been doing webinars, you've been working with Suraj and the marketing team. Do you want to just talk about like how you've actually been doing that and how you've been really growing the presence to make sure you have this continuous flow of new prospects and customers coming through?
Yeah, we've got a lot more clarity now on how we need to build our community. So yes, we understood on some level that we needed to do it, but we weren't really clear on how that happens. So what we're doing now is series of webinars. Also, we've got a whole strategy of Facebook Lives, competitions, and also a challenge. So we've got a challenge coming up in November that will be running for teens. So a lot more clarity, and that's really supporting our growth. Yeah,
that's awesome. That's so cool to see. And I know Suraj is going to talk some more about this as well. He's probably going to talk about the way that we've been putting that together with Genius School. Just finally, before I move on, Angie, one of the things you've also been doing, because we've now firmly got both Genius School and Education Angels within the curriculum within Genius Group. And I know you've already begun to grow your own partner pathway. And I want people to get a sense of when you come in at this higher level where you really are creating an entire curriculum and an entire niche, that you can actually build your own partners within this and follow a very similar way that we built a partner pathway. Do you want to share a bit more about the speed of growth that you've experienced as you've been building your own Genius School team and your partners within the curriculum as well?
Yeah. So our partner pathway we modeled on yours, because why would we not take something that already works? So so this is what ours looks like for Genius School. So it's learning and earning on the partner pathway, or promotion plan pathway. So we have certifications, accreditations, and partnerships as well. So what was it specifically you wanted to know about that?
Yeah, really the way that you've been bringing in your own Genius educators, how you've been setting them up for success to really, so that people can see that when you come in at that higher level, you're not just creating curriculum, but you're actually building your own entire group of partners as well.
Absolutely. So, I mean, the great thing is about having that common goal about, like, for us, it's education. So, and we've managed to attract some amazing educators, like from education psychologists, from teachers, head teachers, for parents, and many other people who are really passionate about making a difference to the lives of children. And the great thing about having a clear pathway and process for people to go through, there's opportunities at whichever level you want to play to earn revenue whilst changing the lives of young people. So we have Genius educators who are like flow consultants and do profiling and debriefing for teens and families. And we have other educators that run our micro camps. They partner with us and use our content and run their own micro camps. We're currently training more facilitators to run our Young Entrepreneur Academy program, because of course we want that to be evergreen and running in countries all over the world. And of course, they're not always going to be virtual. There'll be live camps as well with similar content. So having that clear pathway is giving opportunity for people to really step up and be part of this global education movement. Yeah.
Awesome. Very cool. I never thought I'd say this, but you know, maybe one thing we have for the crisis that we can be grateful of is definitely the launch of Genius School, something that I'm super excited that we have got and made happen. So thank you and congratulations on making that happen, Angie. Awesome job. Well done. I'll be coming back and chatting with you more. And if you can post in the group as well to how everyone can get connected with you if they're interested in becoming a Genius educator, when you book a call with the team, we'll be covering that as well. So if that's a pathway you want to go down, if you want to go down the Genius School and be a partner, when you book a call with one of the team, we'll talk you through how that happens as well. All right. Thank you, Angie. All right, I'm just going to share now a little bit about the way that the pathway works at this faculty level, and then we're going to take a break. So we are going to be taking a break once I've gone through this section here. But for those of you who've heard now, and you've heard enough that you think, yep, I definitely want to be part of the faculty who are either creating content, co-creating content, delivering on the curriculum, taking existing curriculum and being a part of the delivery of that to clients, to our clients, to your clients, then definitely the faculty pathway is going to be the right one for you. And then after we go through the break, we'll talk through the community and the way we grow that as well. So I did share earlier on some of the niches that we're looking for within curriculum. You may also be thinking of other niches right now where you actually think there's real value that can be generated as part of our entrepreneur education group. So do be posting in the chat. I've seen some people already posting about the niches that they want to take or the niches that they're already starting to grow. Be letting us know in that chat so we can see the niches that you're most excited about. And if there's something that is missing that you also want to be creating, let us know in there, because this is just some of the examples of the curriculum that we definitely are looking for in this next kind of 6 to 12 months that we want to be working with you on. Here's an example of some of our curriculum partners, which is the very top level, the level 3. You'll be hearing from Simon later on as well. I'll be talking to him about the way he's been growing his property investors network and particularly the partners that he's going to be creating around wealth dynamics for real estate investors. So these people have actually taken our content and now have turned it into a niche specific product. So we've got Jen Koffel in the US who's now creating Speaker Dynamics with us, which is a whole training for those people who want to build a digital speaking business. And how each profile has a different way they should be speaking and presenting. Laura, who's building out talent dynamics for recruitment, which is, well, very simply like who are the right people you should be recruiting into your team, but at a higher level, like how do we actually use Genius U to create an entire recruitment portal where people can be actually connecting with the team members at the right profile, at the right wealth spectrum and impact meter level. So that's pretty cool as well. Joe Formosa, who's created Health Dynamics with Roger, which is an awesome business. So Raj is probably going to talk a bit about that later on as well, where you actually can tell your body type and your profile test type, which gives you a personalized pathway for your own health. Peter Vogel, who's actually in the process right now of creating talent dynamics for luxury hospitality. You heard Kathleen earlier on saying that we're now creating the portal where you can go in and actually edit the profile test. So there was a couple of examples that in the luxury hospitality industry, Peter's clients were not very happy about, and they kept coming back and asking. So I said, well, why don't you just edit those profile tests? So he's been working with Jane Stevenson, one of our performance consultants, and they've been rewriting and re-editing some of that content just for people in the luxury hospitality business who are looking for a specific luxury feel and conversation in their profile test. And Yuka, who is over in Japan right now, who's doing all this in Japanese, but is going to be translating into English, which is love dynamics, which is how the 5 love languages overlay onto wealth dynamics as well. So some super cool curriculum partners coming on, and we do have some other curriculum partners we're looking for. So as well as those niches, we're looking for curriculum partners as well. So super interested in people who are working with agile leadership, who want to build up talent dynamics for agile leadership, talent dynamics for remote sales. We have a lot of people asking all the time on this one. Wealth dynamics for digital marketing, how you actually really build that out for entrepreneurs. Talent dynamics for change management, that is happening a lot right now. Wealth dynamics for financial planners. Again, we've been getting a lot of requests for something like this and around accountancy as well. Talent dynamics for communication, wealth dynamics for network marketers, wealth dynamics for mentors. There's just some examples that we know we have a lot of people asking us for, but you also might have an area that you're already thinking you want to co-create a niche with us as well. So I'm just going to spend a few minutes talking through the different levels now that I shared on this slide here. So the level 1, 2, and 3, which will give you a sense of like what is the right level for you to come in at. If you want to come in on the faculty level, and of course, by just booking a call with us, we can help you to ascertain the right level. Faculty level 1 is our starter level. This is our mentor level, which is our $1,500 entry price point. This is where you are certified to be one of our faculty members. You get to use Wealth Dynamics, Talent Dynamics for teens, Health Dynamics, any of the other co-created content that you're going to see from our curriculum partners. And you actually get to work one-on-one with clients where you can help them to really understand their profile, help them to really understand how to get into flow and build yourself an ongoing mentoring and coaching business within one of the niches that we've already got. So even if it's one of these ones here that you see, or one of these that you see is being created, you can actually create your own niche where you're working one-on-one with those clients at this level. And typically the kind of earnings you'll be looking to make if you're coming in at level 1, well, you should be out there doing one-to-one debriefs on a regular basis. And we're obviously going to be teaching you and showing you how do you build out your prospects, how do you build out your community in order to be able to do this. But if you're working on numbers where you're looking at doing 3 debriefs a week, probably charging the recommended amount of about $297, something like that, to do the profile and debrief, to have that 1-hour conversation with a client. That's going to be about 46K in the year, depending how many you're doing. Everybody who comes in, as I said earlier on, goes into Trusted Buyers Club. So you know you've got that guaranteed revenue on a weekly basis. So at least $1,000 a week just through Trusted Buyers and all the resources that you're looking for as well. And then the way that you actually upsell your clients from doing the profile test is to get them to book into ongoing coaching and mentoring with you, where you're actually selling them at maybe like $2,000, anything between $2,000, maybe $2,000 to $5,000 for your coaching and mentoring packages. So at level 1, you can be expecting to be earning somewhere in the region between 40 and 150K per year, depending on the way that you want to focus your time on your business. What do we include at level 1? I did say that we were going to be including lots of really cool and funky ways that we want to help train and support you. So this is the package we put together, which is going to be available until November the 30th. So you get the certification of your choice, first of all. And you're going to get a place on our Wealth Dynamics Masters program at level 1. This is our Wealth Dynamics Masters. This is my favorite program that we run. I'll tell you a bit more about that later on. But this is a program that we usually run twice a year in person. This is the week we would be running it in Bali, but we're not. So we're actually running our first digital live Wealth Dynamics Masters in December, between the 14th and 18th of December. And we're going to have 2 groups coming through that. One group who are coming through who are at that green level, so the sort of level 2, level 3 faculty, and a group who are coming through to really get established with what their business model should be, who are coming through at the level 1. So you guys are going to get that package in for free as well. You'll get Gem for 12 months. You'll get your mentor status on Genius U, so you can have all that really funky stuff that Kathleen was showing as well. And we're also going to package in a silver event partner status for the Global Entrepreneur Summit. Roger just touched on it earlier, so I was just going to tell you more about that. That's coming up this next month. We're going to have over 2,000 entrepreneurs at that event, so you're definitely going to be earning some good affiliate commissions on the back of that. And you get to be a faculty member for 12 months. So just like you heard from Niraj, who came in and started at this level, basically, just came on board and said, yep, I'm going to come in and be a flow consultant, be a faculty member. And you heard how he has built up his entire business just by starting at this level. And we'll give you $1,000 that you can actually already have within the Trusted Buyers Club. That means you can be both earning and spending within the Trusted Buyers Club straight away. So that's at the level 1. The level 2, which is now much more the instructor level, this is where you're going to be actually creating your own micro school. So you heard both Kathleen and Niraj sharing about like how you put the micro schools together. I shared about Lisa Michaels, her putting a micro school together. So now this is where you're actually part of our senior faculty team, where you are putting content together and running live micro schools, and micro schools that we actually want to be promoting as well and having within some of our programs. So within the Entrepreneur Summer School, we had something like 20 of our faculty members actually delivering micro schools live to our clients. And then you heard Niraj say that on the back of that, he's actually just been able to go out and fill his own micro school as well. You'll be able to, as I said, run some of those for us within our own curriculum. Some of you will actually get to take on some of the Genius Group clients as well. So at this level, we are going to train and certify you as one of our Entrepreneur Dynamics consultants, which means when we're working either digital marketing or remote sales or cash growth or team management, and we're taking more clients through the Genius solutions, you actually can be delivering the content directly to our clients. We're going to teach you and certify you and take you through that process, which means you're going to learn how we work with our clients to help them get a 10 times return on investment. And as a result, you'll have a certification to allow you to go out and sell that direct to your own clients as well. So you can take on your own clients using that very same methodology, and that certification is going to happen throughout the whole of next year. So we already have people who've come on board at that level. So we're definitely looking for some more people to come in and do this. And of course, you're going to have your own suite of products within Genius U. You're going to have your own web store. You're going to have your own dashboard, which Marilise is going to show you later, so you can actually track and measure the growth. And we'll be expecting you to generate at least 20 new customers per month as a result of the way we're going to train you at this level as well. So now when I put the earnings potential slide, obviously you can select the areas you want to focus on, but this will give you a bit of an idea of the different ways you can be generating revenues. If you've got your own micro school together, like Niraj has, or like Lisa has, and you can be charging like, you know, $1,500 per place for someone to go through your micro school. You heard Niraj saying he just had 20 people come through that. You could be running that on a monthly basis. Now, at the moment, there is commissions taken by Genius U for having your products on Genius U, but I'm going to be sharing something in a minute, which is going to super duper excite you on the commission side. So wait and watch on that one as well. So you could be earning around about $250,000 if you're just focusing at driving and building your micro schools. Those of you who take on clients from our Genius solutions who are delivering for us, you can be expecting to be earning anything between 30 and 60% of the total revenue that we're generating. And you might just take on maybe 6 clients that you're working with on a monthly basis. Again, that's going to be at least 100K of revenue if you're doing something like that. And then, of course, you can take that content that we teach you, that you help our clients to learn. You can run it with your own clients because you're a certified entrepreneur dynamics consultant, and you can keep a lot more by doing that, which is more like going to take you up to kind of 162. So some be delivering to our clients, some be delivering to your own clients. We've got Alberto Santos Alberto, who's doing this already. He's been delivering to the remote sales clients and taking a percentage of the revenue we've generated. And now he's actually going out and building his own cadre of remote sales clients that he's delivering to, and now got himself a really strong niche within the remote sales side as well. Again, you're going to be on the Trusted Buyers Club, so you'll have that guaranteed weekly revenue coming through. And for those of you at this higher level, you're going to get the performance consultant as well. So now you're not just working one-on-one, but you can also be working with entire teams and organizations. So typically at this level, you're looking for 150 to 300K per annum, depending on the areas you want to focus on. And we're making this super duper compelling for those of you who want to join us before November the 30th. This is a $12,000 package to come on board at the level 2 instructor level. And we're actually partnering in the $12,000 Crystal Circle 12-month program. So actually, if you just wanted to join Crystal Circle today, it would cost you that regardless of anything else. We want to actually create a Crystal Circle group specifically for partners. So all of the faculty and all of the community partners who are going to come through at level 2 and above will actually join the Crystal Circle group. Myself, Donna are going to be heading that group up. We're going to have input from Roger and the rest of the team and all of our leadership team as well. And you guys are actually going to be working with us over 12 months to really establish a very, very coherent business model that you actually implement month on month as well. You do get the Entrepreneur Dynamics certification of your choice. Like I said, you can pick one of the areas that you want to focus in. I've seen some people already picking some focuses there. We're going to give you the Wealth Dynamics Masters at the green level. So you're going to come through the direct mentoring Wealth Dynamics Masters with Roger, myself, Sandra, Suraj, Donna. The week-long program, the 14th to the 18th, that's a $3,500 program just to come on the Wealth Dynamics Masters. This is going to make sure that by the end of this year, you have a super duper solid plan for the next 12 months in how you're going to create your niche, what your niche is going to be, how you're going to create your entire business model. And then you've got the Crystal Circle for the full year to make sure you actually deliver on that as well. Flow and Performance Consultant, if you haven't already done those. So the Performance Consultant's happening actually in a few weeks' time. We're doing that digitally as well. So you can come and join us for that straight away. You get the Genius Entrepreneur Mastermind, you get the mentor status as usual. You get a gold event partner status, which means you get 100 tickets for the summit. You get your faculty membership and you get your entrance into the Trusted Buyers Club. So at this level, really, really compelling because like I said, even if you just came on board as a Crystal Circle member, it would cost you $12,000 just to join as Crystal Circle. But for the right group who are going to join us before November the 30th, and we're just looking for 20 to join us before November the 30th, for that right group, we're going to really get you set up and have this whole model created for the rest of the year. The highest level, I'm not expecting too many of you to come on board at this highest level, but you heard from the likes of Angie, you'll be hearing from Simon later on, at this higher level where you're really setting up and creating an entire, not just curriculum pathway, but you're setting up an entire partner pathway yourself as well. You're going to hear from Tamami also, who has taken all of our content at this level and has basically translated it into Japanese. So here you get to create your entire curriculum content within Genius Group. You get to translate Genius Group's content for yourself as well. You run your own micro schools with your co-created content, and you create and build an entire certification. So you heard Angie saying that she's got the Genius Educator certification. Joe Formosa has got the Health Dynamics certification. Simon is going to tell you later on about the Wealth Dynamics for Real Estate Investors certification he's putting together. So you can actually build your entire group of the equivalent of flow and performance consultants, basically, and product partners within your niche, which is going to massively scale your business as well. And in this as well, we've never done this before. We're actually going to give you full access to our digital marketing team, who are going to actually take the responsibility of growing your business for you. So they're going to be making sure you've got 1,000 new community members coming in every month, which is going to give you around about 100 prospects, specifically 50 clients per month. So the digital marketing team, you can hear from Suraj, are actually going to do this work for you and make sure that there's this consistent flow coming through. You create your own products, your own suite of products, and put them on Genius U, your own store, your own dashboard. And also we actually onboard those products for you at this level as well. So we actually set your store up for you and help you with the making sure you have all your content. And you should be generating about 50 customers a month at this level. Now, the earnings at this level are much higher. Obviously, it's a bigger investment. It's at the $32,000 mark. But at this level, those who come on board, you're already going to be generating somewhere in the region of $250,000 yourself at the moment, and using Wealth Dynamics or Talent Dynamics. But typically the way that the earnings are going to go is it's at least another $300,000 to $1.5 million per annum within the next couple of years. And of course, that's going to scale and grow as well. So you're going to have your own curriculum out there. You should be doing at least, like I said, 50 sales every month by having the digital marketing team helping you to put that together. $1,500 per sale. You can see that's already over $700,000 just from your own micro school curriculum. Your own certification programs where you're having your own flow consultants or performance consultants equivalent. You should be earning around about $100,000 a year from those certifications. Again, you get entry into the Trusted Buyers Club, but at this level, you get a higher entry. So you get $2,500 to come into the Trusted Buyers Club, which means you can earn $2,500 per week and spend $2,500 per week. So it's a much bigger level you're coming in at. And also at this level, you're going to have pretty significant ongoing affiliate earnings as well, where you're just bringing people constantly into Genius U. So you should be expecting between $5,000 and $20,000 per month of ongoing affiliate commissions. So obviously we make this even more attractive as well. It includes all the things we talked about at level 1 and level 2, but the difference here is we actually put you in the Emerald Crystal Circle group. So this is a higher level group where the partners will be going, where you get to work specifically with Donna, myself, but also Roger on a quarterly basis as well. You get Roger's quarterly boardroom, and we expect to obviously see a faster level of growth at this level. So we're giving you a higher level of support. You get your license to create all of your curriculum within Genius Group. And here you get 6 months of digital marketing. So we basically package in the entire digital marketing, which usually costs $18,000 for the 6 months for any partners or clients who come on to use this. We're going to package this in within it to make sure we give you this big kickstart and that you are really building your community and prospects. And of course, you also have the way that you can create your own flow consultants and performance consultants within this as well. You're going to get the Wealth Dynamics Masters, you're going to get the performance consultant, and all of the other things that were included in level 1 and level 2. I'm not expecting so many people to come in at that level. I am expecting a bigger group at level 2. But of course, if that's something that you're interested in and you think you're at the right level, definitely have a conversation. So one of the super special reasons to join as a faculty member before November the 30th is we're going to give you 2 licenses for the price of 1. So we're going to give you the chance to double your revenue opportunity. This means that if you come on board as a faculty leader at either level 1, level 2, or level 3, you'll automatically be upgraded to get the community leader license as well. we're going to be sharing about the community leader license after the break, but it means you get 2 chances for the price of 1. I know some of you would prefer to do either faculty or community building, but you're thinking, actually, I could be leveraging off both if I had the team to do this. This means you actually have the opportunity to do both. So you get 2 prices for the price of 1. And if you're already an existing faculty member or you're already an existing Entrepreneur Dynamics consultant, we just have a nice, easy way for you to upgrade to level 2. You can talk about that on your call with one of the team as well. So that's super easy to do. And then this is the really exciting additional bonus that we're putting in here as well, which I kind of had a little hint to you about previously. But I'm very excited to tell you about this. We really want all of the faculty to be putting your entire product suite and service suite on Genius U. We're really excited about the shop front we put together. We're really excited about the way Genius U is growing. And we know that some of you just haven't done that yet. You've put your new products on Genius U in the Trusted Buyers Club. You haven't yet put your existing products on because there's been the commission that you've been paying to Genius U. So we're going to actually remove that barrier and make it super easy for you. So anyone who joins before November the 30th at one of these levels, we are actually going to remove the commissions payable to Genius U for whatever your existing revenues are. So if right now today you're generating $10,000 per month in revenue, we're going to let you generate that $10,000 per month on Genius U without paying the commission. Anything over the 10,000 we'll start charging the commission, but so you're going to still make the same $100,000 without paying a commission. And we're going to leave this to work as a license for 3 years. That means you get 3 years basically trading for free on Genius U. Obviously, you're going to pay the transaction fee on Genius U and any Trusted Buyers Club transaction fees as well. But this essentially removes the barrier to entry that we've had in the past for people who've said, actually, I don't want to pay that additional commission to Genius U. So that is super awesome. If you want to be a faculty leader, it's very easy. Michelle is going to be posting the link to booking a call with one of the team members to find out more about the faculty level. You can choose the niche if you already know, or have a conversation with us. We'll help you choose the niche when you get on the call. And we want you to generate an immediate return on investment by being a partner for the Global Entrepreneur Summit. So we'll tell you how that works. You get that for free. And we want to make sure that you're set up for 2021 by coming and joining us for Wealth Dynamics Masters. So that is our morning session pretty much done. I'm saying morning, it might be your afternoon, it might be your evening, it's my morning. We're going to take a little natural break now for just 10 minutes. I make it 1/2 so we'll be coming back at 22, unless you're in India, then you're on the half hour, but we'll be coming back in 10 minutes from now. So we're going to take a little break, and after the break, we're going to be going through how you actually build your community and how you make sure that you have got an ongoing flow of prospects coming through as well. So see you all back here in 10 minutes. Thank you very much for everybody so far this morning for your attention. All right, we're going to get going again in just 1 minute. So just reminding all of my presenters we're back in a minute, and hopefully everyone is coming back from their natural break as well. Whatever time it is for you, wherever you are in the world. Starting to see people coming back in again now. That's great. Before we kick off with our second half. And don't forget to be posting in our group with all your questions, your comments, and letting us know what you think so far from what you've heard, what your key questions are, what you would like us to answer while we're on this call with you. And of course, if you are on our afternoon session as well, we're going to be answering questions for you too. So do make sure that you're posting on here, keep the chat going, keep the conversation going with us. Okay, I do make it back at 22 now. So Roger, are you back on with me here?
Yes, I am.
Look at how amazing a 10-minute break we've all had, who we all are. So Roger, we've gone through the first half. We've really talked through the context of what's going to be happening in this next 10 years, the fact that we are really looking for faculty, people to join our niche. What would you like to share about the importance of the faculty that we're looking to bring on for next year?
Yeah. Well, first thing, thanks very much for all the contributions. I loved all of the sharing that Kathleen had on the whole development side, because it's so exciting to see it all unfold, and then also hearing both Niraj and Angie and the stories that are coming out from the community is just fantastic as well. I would love for everybody who's listening, because we do have people who are coming on halfway through. They have people who are kind of joining as we go. So I see numbers going up all the time. So I would I'd love it, and I highly recommend that everyone actually just does a post in, so everyone knows that you're here, and just post whatever's biggest learning, biggest insight from the very first half, right? Because we're only halfway through right now, and it gets even more exciting now as we go into the second half. One thing I will say is great to hear as you went through all of the 3 different levels on the faculty side, and obviously we have also the community side coming too, and how they interlink together, which I think is one of the most important things, because almost all the best successes are when there's an interlink of both sides together. But one thing I would say is, I'm sure, because everyone on here largely are already partners, I'm sure there will be the question that many of you will have, which is okay, well, and I think Deborah already asked it, which is okay, how does this relate to the current faculty and network? Be very clear, just be really aware that we have got 1.4 million students, of which we have now 2,000 faculty members, which 2,000 sounds like a lot, but it's a very small number compared to all of those people. And those 2,000 faculty members are out of close to 8,000 partners. So we have a lot of partners that aren't faculty members. They're just affiliates. And it's impossible for us to manage all 8,000 in terms of one-to-one, even though we can do it in group. And even the 2,000 now are so many that are actually using Genius U in different ways. A large part of what we're sharing here and what Michelle's just gone through, it's around, okay, if we now with the listing that we're going through and with the full curriculum we're going through, it's very easy to get overwhelmed by just so much information that's out here. So how do we get right down to just a core group? A little bit like when Wikipedia started growing bigger and bigger, it got to a point where it's well, we need to have a core group of editors, a core group that we get to, and then they'll connect with everyone else. And so the word will get out there, and we can go out with emails and all the rest of it, but there's already too many of them. But to actually know that on a regular basis, everyone here is going to just know what's happening. And with the curriculum side, which is the most exciting part of all of this, because it's the backbone to the education revolution, when we're updating every month, okay, well, here's the latest that we're doing on the curriculum side. Here's the new developments. Here's the new micro schools we're running that you can be a part of. Just like Niraj's story, it was by him being on the inside of the first Christ Leadership Academy that he got invited into the Entrepreneur Summer School. So we can't do that with everyone. And in fact, when we did that, just with that group, that was really only talking about 20 people that we did that with. So to now actually let everyone know this is working really well, and we want to bring you on board as well at that level. If you decide at the end of today, I'm just happy being a flow consultant, that's all I want to be, then that's absolutely fine. At least you know now more about what we're doing, and hopefully you're getting really good tools you can use in your business. But it means we're going to, okay, that's what you want to do. We're not going to be bothering you with all the latest things we've got going. But if you go, no, I actually want to be right in the middle of it. I want to know what Angie's up to. I want to know what the opportunities are. I want to have, Suraj's team to help out. I want to get Roger's support and Chris Circle. Well, then step up to this at any one of the 3 levels and know you're going to be in the group where we go, oh, you actually are serious as being part of this with us. Okay, we're going to double down on the support we're giving to you as well. So you don't need to know from everything that you just heard which of the 3 levels is exactly right for you. Just make sure you book a call right off the back of this, and the links are in there, and just make sure you get a time to go, right, I think it might be this, might be that. What do you think? Because we're wanting to find the right fit in where you're at and what we're doing. But one thing for sure is, in the same way that with what happened to Niraj or what happened to Angie at the very beginning of Genius School, just by showing up, it was enough for us to go, okay, that means you're serious at this point and you're active and you want to be more part of it. We want to then put more time with you as well. And that way it's a reciprocal thing where we both know, with the highest commitment comes highest reward, but we want to guide you along that pathway as well. And the final thing I'll just say on that is that I used to say this at the events all the time, when I would actually say at the end of it, okay, well, there's a whole bunch of things I can predict when it comes to patterns for the future, but can I predict who in the audience will be the ones who are most successful, in the next 5 years, right? And it always was the same thing. It's like 100% I can predict it. It's the ones who take action who are going to be most successful, because so many people listen and go, this sounds brilliant, and then don't take any action, right? But just by taking action, you don't need to know all the steps. You just need to know you're in the group with the people who know the steps, and we can then guide you and help you with that as well. And so I would say that if you like the first half and you're like, okay, well, I should be taking action right now, just even as we go into the second half, just click on the link and book a time when we can speak to you this week. And that would be the main thing that I would say right now.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you very much, Roger. All right. I'll be coming back to you later on as well. All right. So, and we've got some people commenting already. I know you just asked that question about biggest takeaway. So Sue's saying it's mind blowing. Jan saying Kathleen is awesome, sharing, serving, and shining in the community. Andy's saying biggest learning the metaverse. Quite a few people saying about that. Naima as well. Tina's asking if we'll have, I'm not sure what the general PDF is, but Michelle's saying yes, so that's good. Sophie says she's never heard about the metaverse. That was a big learning. And so did Sandra as well. So many exciting products. Susan's loving the faculty opportunities. Great. Want to see you in there, Susan. You've got some really cool products as well. Tina's saying it'd be nice with an official list of the different membership levels, labels, mentors, partners. Okay, well, that we're going to be sharing these slides with you as well so that you can see. But definitely we have got those new pathways now. Biggest learning metaverse from Sue as well, and from Tina. I think, yeah, it was definitely my biggest learning as well from this morning. Who's going to be most successful? The ones who take action. Biggest learning from Alison, the metaverse as well. And her 13-year-old son was listening and said, Mum, have you not even heard about it? Alison, you're so behind the times. Exactly. And he has his Oculus VR set and is really into it. Great. We should definitely have a VR conference. Woon is here, super excited to see the meta learning vision. All right. So it looks like metaverse is leading at the moment, Roger. So excellent sharing. Let's see how we get on in this second half when we head over shortly to Suraj, who's going to be sharing with you about how you are going to build a really amazing community where you have got a consistent lead of prospects that are going to turn into customers. So I'm super excited. I know whenever he shares this content, everybody loves it. There's always something new to be learning here as well. So I'm really excited about this one. So we're having a bit of a switch of gears at the moment, moving from the faculty onto the community side. Do be posting your questions and your comments as you go. If you're still not sure which pathway to go down, that's okay. When you have a conversation with the team, we'll help you decide. But if you do already know which pathway, then that's great too, because you can start to be thinking about the level that you want to come in at. So equally, we know that in the same way that my faculty friends have been having challenges, my community builder friends have been having their own set of challenges. I mean, here we are today having our partner conference from my office in my house, because we have got a very different way of experiencing events today. And you heard Roger say earlier, we're still not planning to do any events for the whole of next year. If we get to do an event, it will be a major bonus. But right now, we're all experiencing different ways of generating new prospects. I mean, we used to do, this year in 2020, we had actually forecasted to do 40 events. And I think we got like 5 done in January and February. So very, very different ways for my friends who are the community builders running events. We just don't know when live events can take place again. I mean, I know in some areas of the US and some areas you're doing small events with like 15, 20 people. But, you know, at what point do we get to do something like a Global Entrepreneur Summit where we all get to meet and connect? And please all give me a hug as well. But who knows when that's going to happen? And so we have to plan for this whole new world around building community with no real live events. And of course, there's so many online events for you to choose from. Like it's becoming, in the same way that the coaching marketplace is growing, so is the amount of online events that you could be going to. So where is the place where you are going to get the most value for yourself and for your clients as well? And then how do you make sure that there's a consistent flow of new people joining your activity on a monthly basis? Like, you know, when you were running events, you were out there just inviting people every month to come to your entrepreneur socials or to your city events. How do you make sure there's this consistent flow of new people coming through? And how do you make sure that that whatever your community are doing, that it is done in a digital way and it's also packed full of value in the same way that your real events were doing? So we know that there's these challenges out there for the community builders, and we have some solutions for you guys to leverage off as well. And like I said, my good friend Suraj is going to be sharing in a lot more detail. But in the same way as I shared for the faculty members, that we have this ever expanding community that are looking for training and are looking for support, we also have an ever expanding community of these new followers who are looking for local connections. They're looking for people who they can get connected with, who do understand the power of connection, who do understand who are the right people in the community they should be connecting with, where are the best opportunities that they should be finding. So not even trying to do the training, not even trying to do the actual live curriculum, but actually just making sure that people are getting connected, making sure that people are attracting the best possible resources. We've been delivering a whole load of content that our community builders have been leveraging off and are still leveraging off, webinars and masterclasses that are super high value and free. At the height of it, this was the crisis leadership series that we did. At the height of this, we had 12,000 people registering. Now, if we compare that to pre-crisis, I think we would have maybe 1,000 people on a webinar. Like, the numbers were just going up and up because Roger was really focused at delivering value, was really focused at the future predictions and making sure that people like understood where the space was, where the community was, that they could get connected and get the best value information to help them really focus at pivoting their business. And as a result, of course, we launched the Crisis Leadership Academy on the back of that. And we've just consistently run webinars, masterclasses, et cetera, 5-day challenges that are free. We had the Health Dynamics Crisis Cleanse Challenge, and then more recently the 5-point weight loss one that Joe was doing as well. We had the 5K challenge last month for coaches and trainers. So, and we've got another 5-day challenge coming up ahead of the summit, which I know Suraj is going to tell you about. And just finding ways to allow people to get this value, get this content, get this learning, but really feel engaged in the community and want to book a call and actually come and join a program on the back of it. We've always had assessments and free trainings, but more so now than ever, Genius U, you heard about the growth of Genius U, the speed at which it has been growing, the number of people who've been turning to Genius U to take our free assessments, whether it's the Genius test, whether it's the impact test, the purpose test. All of the free content and micro degrees are on there, including all of your content, which you've been putting on there as micro degrees as well, just having this constant flow of new people wanting to join us. And even now we've got assessments and trainings in other languages. This is actually in Thai. So Pachanan, who is our country partner for Thailand, has basically taken something like 30 of our micro degrees and assessments and translated them all into Thai. They're on Genius U. And I know we have got other translations coming through right now. You heard Roger talk about the fact that his YouTube channel now is getting more followers. Like, this is the biggest space where followers are coming out, but just making sure there's consistently great content that you can be using, you can be leveraging off, you can be sharing. Many of our city leaders just took all of the content that we were sharing for free and just shared it directly into their own groups as well. And of course, we've got the Entrepreneur Summit coming up, which we're super excited about. 2,000 entrepreneurs at our Global Entrepreneur Summit. We weren't able to do one in London or Australia or the US, and now we're going to have a truly global entrepreneur summit with the 5-day challenge as well coming up. So lots of opportunities for those who are community builders who just know how to bring people along to content. Conferences like this one that we're having right here, right now. And then for some of our partners and clients as well, who are working with our digital marketing team, you heard Niraj talking earlier on about how he had his webinar funnel filled up. You know, we've got people like Ariella who are working with the entire digital marketing team, where we're just filling their entire events, their entire masterclasses. Right now, she's running the Successful and Spiritual summit, and she's had thousands of people just coming in and joining that as a result of working with the team as well. So therein is a seamless connection for me to be bringing on Suraj, who's going to be sharing really like the importance of this aspect of community building, and how those of you who really want to be a part of our community leadership team, like how you can be really leveraging off the tools, off the learnings that we've been having and working directly with our team to actually grow your community as well. So good afternoon, Suraj. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. Just as I was about to start, our team here got me a drink.
What is it? Is it an
I don't know
alcoholic
what
drink
is
or a health shot?
Huh? It's a health shot, healthy
Okay,
shot.
good.
Yeah.
All right.
It's what a start.
So are
Perfect.
you at Genius Central?
Yeah, I'm at Genius Central. It's packed outside. I was sitting outside. I was going to do the session from outside, and then I was like,
Loud.
oh, I can't do it from here. It's getting so busy. Yeah,
That's
so I'm back.
awesome. All right, well, listen, over to you, Suraj, and I'm here if you need me as well.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Michelle. And thanks everyone for joining. It's been a great session, and just listening to those stories, it's been awesome. And as you heard from some of the examples, how me and the team have been involved with, say, Neeraj, his team, Angie, and I'll share some of the examples of how we've actually done that, right? And even for our team to see how Neeraj has taken that. And I messaged him straight away saying that, hey, that's pretty amazing results after we launched that. Right? It's great to see that. And while everyone was sharing about how it all started, and we were looking at like big numbers, like 1.4 million, 2,000 sort of partners, 8,000 affiliates and partners all over the world. When we actually started, these were like our numbers like in double digits, right? This is for, say, FFIB, Melbourne, Sydney, and all these events. And we've grown from like those sort of single double digits and constantly improved that to attract the thousands that come in every week. Like from Michelle's slide that you saw what, about 37,000 people coming in every single week, right? So it's grown because we've followed on to specific strategies that we've incorporated, and we stayed on with the principles and those key areas itself. So I'm going to jump straight into the slides. And thanks, Michelle, for covering quite a lot of these strategies already around assessments, challenge, and everything. But I'm going to go deeper into some of the key areas, how we've been doing that, right? And you would have heard from the masterclasses that we ran, even the partner webinar and the Crystal Circle sessions that we did, the key strategies around the digital marketing and how we are like building our communities. This one, I want to focus more around how you as partners coming on board and we can work together on filling up specific cities and your programs as well by looking at these key areas, right? And as I do before every session, I'd just like to highlight what's happening in the digital world, right? Just kickstart with those numbers, and this is what's happening. This report actually came out in October itself, we're right in October, and this is an overview of global internet use. This report is actually put together by a dear friend of ours here in Singapore. He used to work from the same co-working space as us. The company is called Data Reporter, and they put together these reports, which are then available on all across the social media, right? So 4.6 billion internet users. So that's more than 50% of the world population. That's like 60% over there. And year on year, this one has grown by 7.4%. So 321 million more people have come on the internet. What's really wild is, on an average, 7 hours of our daily sort of time is being spent on the internet. Imagine 7 hours. So if you were to take out everything else from your day, like the sleep time, the eat time, and everything else, the hours that you're left with, your 7 hours is actually spent on an average on the internet. And that's why a lot of these strategies that we are looking at is looking at what is the data telling us around the world and how we actually moving with those trends and moving with those waves as well. You've seen us run a lot of webinars in the last 3 to 4 months. And no surprise, 90% of the world population is actually watching online videos, and there are people watching online vlogs as well. The level of bandwidth that has increased in the past few years has been incredible, and that's allowed us to deliver content at such high speed. You heard from Kathleen talking about the metaverse. The reason that's possible is like the internet has allowed us to deliver content at that scale. Now, videos is what we're talking about in this particular aspect, There's like the streaming services, which is around 73% of the internet users are listening to music streaming services, and then there's podcasts as well. We are delivering this through online video, and that's why you see like a lot of activity in there. This is just key areas on what are the most influential information sources, right? So, and you'll see here there is recommendation from experts in my network. Like that's partnerships, right? Like that's like people you're connecting with every time, and you'll see like how this relates to even the promotion that we're doing. And we are right in the midst of the Global Entrepreneur Summit, and even the way we have grown that, it's a lot around the first part, which is recommendation from the people who are in the network, the partnerships, and all those areas as well. Key, like most used social platforms, Facebook is still so number one over there. YouTube is number two. But if you were to see, a lot of our activity that we're doing is across Facebook, YouTube. And if you were to see, take those two companies, right? The third one, which is WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, and Instagram, they all are coming under the Facebook sort of portfolio. So for example, when you're promoting any event, or if you're running any ads, when you're running it on Facebook, you have the ability to reach out to Facebook Messenger, Instagram at the same time as you're promoting those on Facebook itself. And YouTube itself, you've seen that from Roger's slides, like how we have scaled that up. And even while that was scaling up, and what's really interesting is what Roger was sharing, like there were like about 16,000 likes or something on his Facebook post, sorry, on the YouTube video and Facebook likes that he got on the back of that. And that's coming from this data here, right? Which is, this basically shows the overlap of people using the different social media platforms. The reason I'm sharing this is you'll get an idea on why it is important to actually pick on some of the top platforms which are riding the wave, right? So which are creating that traction, and for you to jump onto and be part of that flow as well. People who've been part of our flow, you've seen their growth as well. We are tapping onto the flow that's out there in the market too, and how by us, Genius U, tapping into their flow and you tapping into what the flow that we are creating here, there's that really amazing growth story that comes from the back of that. And you'll see here, Facebook users, right? So 90% of the Facebook users use YouTube. And if you see 82% of the YouTube users use Facebook, right? Those are like really big numbers. And if you were to look at cross-promoting across different areas, one thing which I heard really well at one of the summits that I was attending, I think it was the Traffic and Conversion Summit, which was how do you actually capture a user at every point of their journey, right? Say if they were to wake up in the morning, open their phone, get a Facebook notification about them being invited at an event, they get that notification, they open the Facebook newsfeed, they see your event out there, they go onto YouTube to watch a video, and if they're watching that video, your ad comes in about the event up there itself. So you're basically with the person at every touch point. And that's what I'll try to showcase in some of the strategies that we are looking at here as well. So those were like some key stats on how everything is growing digitally around the world. This is like the key slide that we've shared at a lot of our events, and I've shared it in a lot of the sessions as well, just to give you context of what I'm getting into, which is like, even before we look at someone coming on and giving us the money, we make sure that we've created that value at each and every touch point, right? So for example, if someone watches our video, they're getting value from that free content that's delivered to them. Once they come on to into the community and wanting to spend time with us, we're giving that value to them. A lot of the challenges that's happening, right? Like the 5-day challenges, which say the Joe Formosa is organizing, the one which Michelle did, and the one which we are organizing as well. A lot of that is bringing the community together, the like-minded people together to give us their time. And this is what's going to happen even before we actually go into the summit, which is happening early December. We're running a 5-day challenge from the 23rd to the 27th of November, which is bringing the community together where they are able to give us that time to be part of that journey itself. And from there, the decision making comes into picture, which is whether they are ready to take action, and if they're ready to take action, and then going on to the next step. You'll be looking at this as well when you're promoting your events and products and the faculty. And while Michelle shared some of the things around the faculty, city leaders, and those programs, the good news is we've seen like a major shift with digital solutions in the last few years, and globally, our view has been on the marketing perspective, because just like how we've grown, and I've been here since day one of us getting into the digital sort of landscape. We've looked at tapping onto the global flow and creating that momentum. We've got that formula going so well now that we want to make sure that now that same thing is getting replicated for our partners. So we are localizing a lot of these things as well. So what you heard from Michelle, where we are combining digital solutions activities to actually come in and fill up your events, that's going to happen because we would divert some of our global flow towards the local flow and towards really deep diving into what are the core areas that needs to be built. You heard from Neeraj around the chatbot side of things, and you heard from Angie. So Angie is working with us on the Genius School. One way we are actually building that, and it's going to be an amazing story once this gets launched, is we're looking at a genius test for teenagers. And imagine a genius test for teenagers, like how awesome that would be when teens come over and get that sort of content, and they're able to go from that follower to community. And we could introduce that to like schools where they could use Genius Test and these assessments for a lot of the teenagers as well, right? So that's basically taking the flow that we have and then drilling that down into the core areas that we're looking at. This is like one of, so you saw this slide, right? So if you were to take this slide and just turn it around like this is what you get. And this is like the Facebook ads sort of setup, right, account. And this, I got it secretly from the Facebook office where we go in and meet them every week. I asked them for it. They were like, hey, we can't really share it because of NDA. But I said, you're not sharing it. What if I take a picture? They're like, that's your problem. So I went in, took a picture of this. But what this tells us is the perfect setup for an ad account, which is, you saw here how I was talking about how people coming in from follower to community, and you've heard me talk about this at the different masterclasses, so I won't go much deeper into this, but to get an idea on how this reflects into every action that you take, which is even in the way you're setting up the ads. The first thing that we're looking at is what are the videos that we're running for our customers, right? So that's like the first thing, and you'll see here that's got like over 3 million sort of reach here. That then drives down people into inviting them to click on a website. That goes down to more like 1.5 million, right? So how that number basically drills down from someone who's just a follower, who's watching just your video, to then coming into the sort of clicking on the website, and then giving the details who you can remarket to and coming into your community so that you can pitch them those specific products. So that's the flow this is talking about, which is going from 3.5 million here to 1.5 million, and then from 1.5 million to this one, sort of a combine of say 400,000 people you're remarketing to. And from the 400,000 people you're remarketing to, you get to like the 28,000 customers. So you see like how 28,000 customers come from sort of the reach of 3.5 million. Now, this specific strategy, if you drill it down to even say 100 people, it's going to stay the same. Like if you were to get like one customer, and for one customer, if you wanted to speak with say 10 people, and if you were to speak with say 10 people, and you were to get say 100 people giving you time over a webinar and 10 people booking in a call, and for 100 people to register for a webinar, I say you would need 1,000 people to say visit a website. I'm just giving those sort of base number, but you see like how you could get to like 1,000 people to then get to that one customer who could spend like $2,000, $3,000. And once you get that format, to scale it up at a really large level, right? So always know that if you try to jump straight into selling something, it's always a challenge. But if you were to have this flow going through, and that's why I spent like the initial sort of 10, 15 minutes on this, because this is such an important part before you look at the strategies and go into it, right? Which is these parts. And I'm going to share more around how you could create these content. Like I'm calling it content, but these are like basically blocks which are all serving the same sort of purpose that we have, right? I'm taking the example of the Global Entrepreneur Summit, so you can see real time how we're actually growing those numbers as well. So creating content that promotes your event, and which is like plugging in your event with every content that is going out. You heard about the summit today on this session as well, where Roger spoke about it, Michelle spoke about it. I mentioned it here as well, which is plugging the summit into this particular activity that's happening. There are some really key examples of how we're doing that. We're doing that through partnerships and VIP offers. And you saw this particular page, which is talking about the secure your free VIP ticket to the Global Entrepreneur Summit now. You have a special offer when you go in to join. You could get as a VIP, you get the ticket for free, or you could upgrade where you get 3 tickets for the price of 1, and you could go in and claim. So that's like the first step that we've done before we even went out to the market. Our goal, if you saw from the initial slides, was to get 2,000 people onto the summit. What's amazing is just by us following this format, which is going to our partners and going to our VIP offers. And just think about this, like when you're locally connected with the networks, build that network, because you know that that's going to be the first sort of group and people who are going to help you fill up your, say, city and your courses itself, right? So just on this sort of the VIP offer and the partnerships activity that we've been doing, we are already sitting at 863 tickets. This is in less than 2 weeks. In less than 2 weeks, so every week we've like added like close to 400 people onto it. And if we continue this momentum, it's going to go like way beyond the 2,000 mark. But knowing that even before we've gone out and spent a lot of money on advertising, our partners and our VIP members and our community itself has added those numbers in. And there are some people who've gone in and bought directly on the back of that buzz that has been created because us going to the partners. But the fact that this strategy of going to your partners and VIP offers and like getting them the first entry in always helps, right? We did this when we ran the Singapore social. I remember when we ran the first Singapore social here, the Singapore Entrepreneur Social, we were in middle of a promotion. And we had already set up the date. It was sometime in October, saying that, okay, this is the date when we are going to have the Singapore Entrepreneur Social. And I was sitting with Penny and we were like, hey, we got just 1 week and we need people to come into this event. And we had not run events in Singapore before. We had a database of people who had taken Genius Test and Well Dynamics Test. We did something really simple. First of all, we went to the 5 people we were connected with who knew a similar community, right? I went to them. I said, hey, why don't we meet up this evening? I called them to the co-working space that we were in. We sat down drinks, and I told them that, hey, look, this event is happening, and we are looking at filling this event. We're going to have free flow of drinks happening as well, through sponsorships coming through some French wine company. We're going to have Paul Dunn as a speaker. We would be talking about profit and purpose all around this as well. I would really be grateful if you could help me out by inviting your community. And they're like, yeah, sure, we'll do that, definitely. I said, why don't we do it now? And we had a simple Facebook event and a Genius U event set up. And all that we did was we went on to, say, the events. And if you see like how this is basically the new Facebook, but if you go on to Facebook and say go on to any particular sort of events, it gives you the ability to invite groups of people, right? So for example, let's look at this one, right, which is the LinkedIn Live with Jade and Kathy, right? What this would do is I would go into, say, invite, and I would share this to a page, share to a group itself, but I could also invite specific friends that I have, right? And Facebook allows you to select that entire group of people, and at a given time, send 500 invites. So they all were connected with a lot of people. And I said, some of them were already on Genius U, so they sent it out to their Genius U networks. But for the rest, what I did was I told them, like, let's just go onto here, click on share, and select all the people you want to invite to. And that way we just got everyone, like about 2,000 plus invitations go out. And within a week, about 200 tickets being bought onto Genius U platform itself. Without much effort, it was just one meeting. And that all came in from that partnership effort and going to that key people that we were connected with, right? So again, like the big sort of area that we can look at. But again, all of this requires that setup, and that's where we can come in and help you to build that area as well. The second part is all around the digital ads. And you would have seen like some of the ads that we are running. And here's like one of the sort of strategy around how we set up these ads, right? And this is like something that has worked even during the Fast Forward Summit events and is working even up until, say, last year, right? Early this year, which is the Entrepreneur Dynamics event, which is asking a question. This is the first entry of getting someone's attention, right? And we started with, say, are you a Brisbane entrepreneur? You get an early bird offer. And when you say like Brisbane entrepreneur question mark, it grabs someone's attention straight away. Are you looking to grow your business? Grab someone's attention straight away. And then they would like click on it and say, hey, see that, hey, there's an early bird event ticket offer going on where you could get it for like 50%, right? If you read this here, which says research from social influence about declarative statement headlines found that headlines in the form of questions received 150 more clicks than statement headlines. Not to mention these questioning headlines receive 175% more clicks if the question included the word you. So this has been a great way for us to bring people in as someone who comes onto your site, and then once they come onto the site, we would retarget them with sort of ads, right? They would go in, purchase straight away. If they don't go in and purchase straight away, there are either two reasons why. One is that it's because there is an objection on price, or there is an objection on whether this is the right fit for me. But we would answer both of those by providing valuable content, which is like giving a free ebook around the event or a free video around Well Dynamics, which talks about the product and re-emphasizes our stand over there. But that while that is taking care of the product objection, the price objection is taken care of by saying that we know you're interested, you came onto the checkout page but did not purchase, here's like a 50% discount coupon for you as well. Right, so just simple strategies which we've used in the past. Now you would wonder that you can go in and implement this as well. We have all of this. We have all of this templatized to plug into any particular event or a program that you're running, right? So for example, last year we ran 24 events. We ran like we ran about 24 events last year, and we were looking at on the digital, if you're running a digital marketing campaign, that's filling up 2 big events every single month on an ongoing basis, right? And we focused at that and saw like, what do we create that can be templatized and that can be used at every particular event that we're running. So while I'm sharing these strategies here, there are very clear template approaches that we can use in the back of this once you come on board as being like one of the key partners itself, right? Like this is what the plug and play approach that I was talking about. We also look at YouTube. So you saw Facebook network and the YouTube Google network being one of the key areas. This is what I love from Google, right? Which is the managed placements, which allows you to basically target any particular website or any particular YouTube channels or YouTube videos. Remember, I was talking about having that touch point in a person's journey once they get to know you. What we do is if anyone comes onto our site after having a look at something like this, are you looking to grow your business? If they were to go onto YouTube and watch, say, Roger's YouTube video, we would target Roger's YouTube video specifically with the ad showing that, hey, we've seen that you've seen Roger's content before. Why don't you come engage with us on the event itself, right? So targeting specific videos, targeting specific channels and the website. And we run this on day-to-day basis for all the products that are happening. This one is, again, like banners. If you are on Genius U right now, you're watching the actual partner conference, you scroll right on top, you'll see this orange banner, right, which talks about join 20,000 plus entrepreneurs from 40 cities coming together to the biggest entrepreneur festival of the year. Imagine like if this was happening, and we could actually have this for specific cities. The way, and you're hearing from Kathleen as well around the AI and how we are going into the more localized area. If you're running an event in London, like a London City Circle event, we could have a banner right on Genius U for anyone who comes in from London saying that, hey, the London Entrepreneur Social is happening end of this week, click here to join. And that's what would create that momentum and flow. And you'll see here like how TechCrunch has done that as well, right? Like they use these event banners in a very good way as well. So while we have this one for the global one and specific regions, we could really drill this down based on the user's behavior to have specific messages shown to them itself. Advertising and showcasing specific messages on Genius U is part of that AI project that Kathleen spoke about as well. So while these are like some of the key strategies I'm sharing, you heard from Neeraj how we've built that community around, and it was basically for us working with him, starting from scratch and taking something which was very India specific to more like a global network. And we said, why don't we start with a chatbot, right? And a chatbot quiz, which could be around the LinkedIn quiz. We have done the same thing for our communities when we were running specific events. Now, if you know about chatbots, the beautiful thing about chatbots is if you're running any particular email campaign, you would get on a good day 10 to 20% open rates. This is what we get on chatbots, right? You see like 100% delivered, 100% opened, and 98% clicked. Now, this is a quiz that we were running for Johannesburg just before the Johannesburg Entrepreneur 5.0 event. Now, we run these, we take these tools, put those into specific cities and specific programs, and then put all our weight towards it to make sure that we're driving that traffic to that, right? And you saw here there were about 2,800 people who came in just on the back of this quiz. And the way this quiz was built, and I'll see if I can zoom this out a little bit, is we got people through a series of questions, which is, hey, are you future ready, right? Are you Entrepreneur 5.0 ready? And got them to go through 10 different questions. They went through different questions, hey, do you use AI chatbot or not? And you can see like what was the click-through rate on each. We can clearly see who's clicked on what. So very data-driven approach on this and giving like scores on to each person as well. And as we went through this, and you can see how people have gone from 2241 to 2079, like how many people have landed on each particular question, and how we got to like the final bit as well, right? And people who completed, these are like some solid numbers, which is all the people who went in. There were like 1,800 people who actually completed the test, and of the 1,800 people who completed the test, we gave them a result saying that, hey, you took the test to check how future ready are you. This is your score. This is your 2020 ready score. If you want to up your score, the average score is 3.7. If you want to up your score, we are coming to a city near you. Click here to join us at the event. So that became very specific to the event that we were running. Now, this is one of the strategies that we would be running alongside the Genius test and all the other power that we are going to add on to the city events, is running this high-tech sort of strategies for the communities that we are building over there as well. Now, ManyChat is allowing people to collect email addresses, phone numbers as well. So we started doing that in a lot of our messenger activities. But just knowing that there are these new things that we're learning and developing on a day-to-day basis, and then incorporating that, and for you to tap into that is like, would be like super useful, right? Because we are always looking at those best sort of strategies. And you can see here, like what are the sort of open rates, like 100% open rates, some grown phenomenally. Like this was the Entrepreneur 5.0 where 30,000 people came through this entire process, right? So this is like just one of the key strategies around the sort of chatbot, like how we've grown that area as well, and also around how we've run like the different challenges, like how what's happening with the Global Entrepreneur Summit is the Global Entrepreneur Summit is running from December 3rd and the December 4th. But before that, there's like there's a 5-day entrepreneur challenge happening where we're going to get more than 20,000 people all coming together. And then once 20,000 people are coming to that challenge, it would be a lot easier for us to bring them into the summit. The way we are even targeting to get people to that challenge is the city leaders, right? So the cities that have been taken up by our partners, we're targeting and building those particular communities by running ads in those cities so that by the time 2021 comes, our partners would already be sitting with thousands of people in their city ready to come for the socials, right? So that we are building this for the next sort of decade where you would start as a city leader and have like a database already there and a network already there to support you. So that's been like a slight shift in strategy. And that's why we're doing the challenge. Like, why not bring those 20,000 from the focused sort of city areas than just random globally, right? So we're tracking all of this so that we're set up for success for the next decade. I'm going to come to Michelle to just check if there's any comments, questions.
Yeah, there definitely is. I mean, that's a lot of content that you covered there, Suraj, and a lot of tips for our community builders and support we want to be giving them. Michelle, I think there's 1 or 2 questions coming through. Do you want to come online? Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Suraj. Hey, everyone. Okay, so the question was from Andy Jacques, which is, what's the best way to market a short course, 3 to 4 modules, i.e. Facebook, LinkedIn, Google Ads, etc.?
Yeah, so if you remember, like the first thing which I was sharing was around the community itself, like which is what is your current community out there who you can target with, and then go on to something like Facebook, because the course that you're running may not be even be good for someone who's sitting on, say, Facebook or YouTube. It would be something for someone who is more around, say, YouTube or LinkedIn, right? And then that course can be marketed through that. But the good thing is, as you coming in as partners, we take care of all that heavy lifting so that we can work with you on those particular strategies, right? So it's not like one size sort of fits all. It is very dedicated towards that particular program.
Very cool. Very cool. I know there's going to be more questions for Suraj, so we'll keep posting them in the chat. Michelle's going to gather them. We'll come back to questions at the end as well. We're going to keep moving. Suraj, thank you so much. It's always really awesome to see the latest stuff that's happening. I always love it. Let's come across now to Kathleen, who's just going to share some of the additional parts on Genius U that we've got specifically for our community builders. Kathleen, yes, hello again.
Hello again. That was awesome. Yeah, Suraj, like, I feel like everyone in this company, when we like speak, we go at like 1,000,000 miles an hour. So even listening to Suraj, I'm like, oh my gosh, there's so much content that's so amazing. So yeah, that was super awesome.
Conference in 4 hours.
Yeah, let's just exactly. We're just making sure we can fit. And with that, I'm gonna race ahead. I've got a couple minutes to share with you, and I'm really just like kind of piggybacking off the back of what Suraj has just shared, but just to like expand on what I said earlier. And I really went through a lot of different features available to our faculty and mentors already. But I really wanted to just bring it all back to understanding really how like the 3 elements of your brand work, which is your personal, your company, and your product brand, and how all of these end up linking together on Genius U. So a lot of our community building, in fact, most of our community building right now is happening on circles. And you can see on the left here, I've got some images of just a couple of the city circles we've got. And we've got, I think right now, just over 50 city circles actually on Genius U. And they're all at varying levels of activity, right? And you'll find the most successful city circles are the ones where the people, the mentors and the faculty of those cities are actually going in, engaging with people, posting about events, courses, and content. And then we also have, of course, like other circles that are based around interest type. And as I mentioned earlier, anything that's being created on GeniusU now is what's informing the algorithm and the AI that we are building to actually give people recommendations moving forward. So right now we have very basic recommendations on GeniusU that are happening. And we actually have what we've seen as community members onboarding other community members and giving them recommendations. But keep in mind, when you're building community, the only way that you're going to get recommended is if you're providing value. And so what we've seen on GeniusU is countless mentors and faculty who are out there providing value, whether in their circles, whether through posting content in articles, whether through running events. Those people who are providing value are generating attraction and even organic attraction on GeniusU just by virtue of showing up and continuing to contribute. So a lot of this, for all of you listening who are mentors and faculty, I think it was Roger earlier that said, you know, the difference is the people that actually take action. Similarly on GeniusU, if you're not out there creating content, connecting with people, you won't be getting the most bang for your buck or what you want out of the experience. But if you're out there actually connecting with one another and keeping in mind that circles end up being almost like this gathering place and the classroom that connects your company, your events, your degrees and curriculum, and then obviously any content that you're producing as well. And then moving forward, what do we actually have coming up? So many of you who are ancient will remember the opportunities section, and any of you who've been to our events will understand like the opportunity knocks process that we go through, where we actually connect people to opportunities, and you have the opportunity to add your own opportunities as well. It's a lot of opportunities, but we have definitely make sure that you sign up for the Global Summit, because we will be launching an opportunities section on GeniusU, which allows you to connect with people based on genius type, passion, purpose, and any projects that they are working on or that you are working on, where you have the chance to actually pose what it is that you're looking for, what it is you can offer, and how people can connect with you. And of course, there's always more to come, right? So we're definitely looking at some pretty high priority things, like actually bringing in-app video to GeniusU so that you don't have to be streaming to YouTube or Zoom externally, but all events can be hosted in the platform. Group interactive messaging, where you can actually be connecting with people and like ongoing creating relationships and conversations related to your areas of interest or projects you're working on. And then obviously further developing circles to be more like classrooms and create these live learning experiences that we're talking about in terms of AR and the multiverse, and making sure that all of this is integrating. So there's a lot of community tools already existing. And as you heard from Suraj and Roger and Michelle, there's a lot coming. And there's always going to be a lot coming, but making sure that you're learning what is there, interacting with people, building your community so that you can create all of these funnels and pieces that connect. Because when you are driving, you know, ads or traffic to your events, you also want to be making sure that you've got a place for people to go afterwards, where you're continuing to connect with them, continuing to build relationships and rapport, and obviously bringing people then on a journey with you moving forward. So lots of exciting things happening, and I think that is my time, so I will close there. Over to you, Michelle.
Oh, I can't believe that, because I remember opportunities. That makes me ancient. Kathleen, thank you very much indeed. All right, so much really cool, funky stuff that's happening. So now I'm going to bring on Marilise, who's over in South Africa. Marilise is our data manager, who was just 6 months ago our logistics manager for events, and has totally created an entirely new department in our organization, which has become extremely valuable, which I think you're going to find extremely valuable within your business as well. And I know you have got some slides you're going to be sharing as well, Marilise, but we're going to also just be sort of chatting through these together as you go through them. So I'm going to let you screen share your side and just kind of show the power of data and what you think are the key things that both our faculty and our community leaders are going to need to really grow their businesses.
Okay, awesome. I just want to say it's been a phenomenal conference. Oh my word, like it's just been amazing. So I wanted to just give you an overall overview or definition of what it actually means to be data driven, which from our side, it's really about looking at the data and using it in order to make strategic decisions. And also then from there, you know, watching how people are moving through the different steps from followers to community to prospects to customers, and then creating our activities based on, you know, that pathway. So Suraj briefly mentioned it in his slides, which is almost like this value cycle, which is the follower is someone who gives you gives you their attention. Community is someone who gives you time. Prospect is ready to make a decision, and the customer is the person who actually pays you the money. And what I love about this is that if you master, you know, the follower to community journey, which like Suraj and his team do so well, that kickstarts the flow for the rest of the cycle. And this is what it looks like on Salesforce. And I think one of the exciting things for me around Salesforce is like looking at the data, looking at the numbers, and you can look at historical data, you can look at it by day, by week, by month, by quarter. And this is how we're tracking currently like our followers to prospects. So we've got our followers, we've got our community members that we're tracking on a weekly basis, and our prospects that are coming in. And we're also looking at like what are the trends that are happening on a daily basis, and we can always tie that back to like what activities are happening. And then from there we see like, well, how many prospects have come from the community members and how many sales have we made from those prospects as well. And you'll see that on this dashboard, we even use different colors, and we do that on purpose because we know that we've got certain targets that we want to meet on a daily and a weekly basis. And we use the colors in order to identify if we're on target or not. So going back to this slide, I think one of the key things around data and understanding like how do we want our partners to build their business and you know, community leaders is really understanding the numbers of like your community and understanding like the data around behavior. So, and Suraj mentioned this, for example. So if you know you've got 100 followers, and if you're really good at converting them into community, you can convert them. And this is an example, but you could sit at like a 50% conversion rate in order to bring them into your community. And now they're giving you time. And then from there, you know, depending on your engagement and how you're communicating with them and the value that you're adding, you know, you could convert another 20% to actually become prospects. And then from there, you could close 10% of them to become customers. So what I love about all of this data is that we've seen patterns through activities that we've run. We've seen patterns through webinars, through masterclasses, through competitions that we've done. And, you know, by looking at these patterns and looking at these numbers, you know, as partners, you can start testing and trying this for yourself, and you can actually start implementing some of the strategies that we use in order to measure your numbers. So we know that like with webinars, we tend to have a lot more followers, and we've got an engagement of 35% that converts them into community. And then about 5% of them will actually put up their hand and say, yes, I'm interested, I'm ready to make a decision. And then we'll convert about 20% of those people into actual clients. So, and you can see that there are numbers for masterclasses and there are numbers for competitions, and the numbers will differ also depending on who you're talking to, who are you targeting, where are these people coming from. So this is what I wanted to show all the partners, because is how we're tracking like our community members and what we're looking at. And, you know, level 2 and level 3 partners, you'll get access to information like this, which is exciting. So we look at, for example, lead sources, and this ties in with working with Suraj and his team, and that is which lead sources are actually bringing the community to us. Is it the emails? Is it the ads? Is it, you know, Facebook? Is it direct reach out, for example? So we're tracking everything from registrations to people that are attending the different activities to different applications and calls that are being booked by lead source, so we can see, well, where are we being most effective? And for example, on this slide, you could see like there's a lot of activity that have come in on this specific promotion via the emails. But we also know, and this ties into what Suraj said, is that we know that if we go back to our community, we go back to our partners, we go back to people that already give us time and trust us, this is where, you know, we're consistently adding to the relationship. We also look at lead sources for all the calls that are being booked and all the calls that are happening, because we also want to see it's one thing to look at like where people are coming from and who's actually putting up their hand because they want to have a call with us, but then who's also showing up, because that's really important in order to identify the trends. We love looking at loyalty as well, and loyalty is super important for us because it gives us an idea of who are we dealing with around people that have spent money with us before. And this would apply to you as well. So once you're bringing the community in, you're channeling your products and you're setting up your circles and you're running your curriculums on Genius U, as people are coming into the database, we're able to immediately track their loyalty. Have they made purchases with us before? You know, how many purchases? And that will, and we're also working at the moment on a system of scoring, and we're scoring each one of these different loyalty levels and giving them a rank. And just looking at, this is just additional examples of how we're looking at loyalty when it comes to data. We look at all sorts of lead sources, loyalty across all promotions. And we would do the same with any partners that are channeling their community and their products, etc., through GeniusU. We also love looking at the tests, so test results, which is super useful, because if you're going to be, as a partner, if you're running a masterclass and you know that you are looking for people that are yellow and above, if the data is channeled through GeniusU and Salesforce, like, we're able to give you that data. We're able to actually help you understand who's actually coming into your community, so that you can communicate with them in a way and get and filter them, move them through into the pathways that you need them in order to have the successful activities that you want to have. And we're also tracking data around circles. Where is activity happening on which circles, and micro degrees. And all of these are very similar in terms of like looking at micro degrees, but these screenshots are more just around showing you different ways that we're looking at the data. When you're looking, if you're running an active program, for example, on GeniusU, you want to see like what day have people started their curriculum, what day have they completed, how many steps have they taken, and that's why this data is super powerful. And we're also looking at, if you're running something over 2 to 3 weeks, we can actually monitor how many clients are attending your programs on a weekly basis as well, and what it is that they're engaging with. So this is an example of what we did for the Thailand team. So all they did is they took our content, they translated it, and we created this dashboard in order to actually show them how many people are engaging with their content, how many people have done the relevant, the various tests. And then we're also tracking their circles and the total members that are going through their different circles, as well as their micro degrees. So what we've done is like, they've just done the work in terms of doing the translation, but we've got the data that actually shows them what's happening. And then they can make informed decisions about their next steps. So, I mean, I guess that's me really, Michelle, from us. Yeah.
I was just going to just add in to give some context for everyone, because like you've seen like a whole load of slides there with a whole load of data on. Some of it for some of you may make sense, for others it might be like, well, what even is it? What I'd like to say is like, apart from us going completely digital with our entire content, the data is the single biggest factor, and putting the data management team in the way that we are actually running our business and growing our business right now. So even if this has maybe just gone over your head a little bit, the reason that Marilise is sharing this and sharing some of the level of intelligent data that we can get you about your clients, this is open to all levels, faculty 1, 2, and 3. There is a small fee to pay to have a Salesforce partner account. It's like $350 for the year. It's almost nothing. But the level of data that you can capture, now for those at level 2 and level 3 who join us, we'll be helping you to analyze, interpret, and understand this data. But the fact you can have access to this data through having all of your content on GeniusU, this allows you to make super, super intelligent decisions on a weekly basis as to where you should be investing your time and where the predictable revenues are coming from. Because as Marilise is saying, is if you know that the webinars are the most successful ways of you creating prospects, we're going to do more webinars. If you know that using digital marketing is the fastest way for you to grow your community, we're going to focus at digital marketing, and it just allows you to make really, really intelligent decisions. So yeah, I just wanted to share that bit, Marilise, because I know you've shared a lot of slides there, which are super awesome. And do share your last one, your quote, because that's pretty cool.
So on the data team, this is our motto. So without data, you're just another person with an opinion, which is super important for us, because we don't like making any decisions without looking at the numbers first.
100%, totally agree. It's how we start every week, and every meeting is with the data. So thank you very much to Marilise. Connect with Marilise on GeniusU as well. We're going to come back for some questions. I'm going to come across now, and we're going to hear some stories from 2 of our really successful community builders. The first person I'm going to be bringing on is based in the UK over here, which is Simon Zucci. Simon's actually been one of our partners for many years. I'm not going to make you feel ancient as well, Simon, but Simon has actually been our #1 partner for our events business for many years. And Simon, he's the founder and CEO of Property Investors Network, Property Mastermind, and Crowd Property. And he's actually going out and creating wealth dynamics for real estate investors as well. So Simon, good morning. Thanks for joining me. How are you doing?
Good morning, Michelle. I'm really good, thank you. And it's been really fascinating listening to all the various talks. There has been a lot of data, but anyone who understands what's going on realizes this is absolutely huge, and it's great that all of this is available through Genius U. So it's really incredible.
Oh, good. That's awesome. Thank you. Look, tell us briefly a bit about Property Investors Network and how you came to create it.
So yeah, very similar. I mean, everything being talking about community and bringing people together is absolutely true. And back in 2003, I had been investing in property for 8 years. I'd replaced my income. I left my job at Cadbury's as a corporate career there. And although I'd done quite well in real estate property, I realized that actually I'd made lots of mistakes. And I started learning from people like Tony Robbins about the importance of community and environment and getting like-minded people around you, which is kind of what Genius U is all about, right? And so I went online to see, is there some sort of property group I can go to meet other people so I don't have to make all these mistakes myself. I can learn the shortcuts. And there wasn't. So I started a physical meeting, the very first in the UK, and called it Property Investors Network. To bring it up to speed, we now have 50 meetings around the country. Obviously, right now, everything's virtual. We'll talk about that later, I guess. But the idea is to bring like-minded people together, to share with them. And obviously, people who come to that, they meet lots of people who've done our training, who've generally done really well. I think, oh, I'd like to do some as well. So there's kind of this osmosis effect, and people then come and do our training course, which is the main cash generator for my business. So the network supports the training, but then once people have done training, the network then supports those people to actually go out and implement and achieve more.
So a beautiful way of really creating a big community that keeps on growing, where the pin hosts actually need to create any content themselves. They just need to be going out and generating the local people. Now, when the crisis came, you stopped all the physical events. You had to go entirely virtual. Tell us about like how you made that shift and
we
what
did.
happened. Yeah.
So we had a big live event in a very first weekend in March. We were able to just do that. And I came back from that. We saw the stuff on the news and thought, you know what? I don't think we're going to be doing any more live events this year. And I spoke to my team about PIN. I said, we need to think about, if we can't do live events, what we need to do, because we have 50 meetings a month. That's 500 a year. We don't do August or December. So 500 meetings a year. We thought we need to do something about this. So we did some contingency planning, and on the Saturday, I called one of my team and said, you know what, I think we should do it anyway before we're told to do it. So literally on the Monday, we moved our first meeting to Zoom. And I think that Monday night, the announcement came out about the lockdown. So we were kind of slightly ahead of the curve there. We were the first people to go online. And it was interesting. Because we have a number of network meetings on the same night at different places around the country, we started putting them together. So you'd have like a group of 4 or 5 meetings from different locations. And that was good because you got to connect with people you wouldn't normally connect with. But we realized we'd lost the kind of local feel. And we're doing it on GoToWebinar, which wasn't as powerful as Zoom. So we eventually moved back to Zoom. We said each location is going to have its own meeting. So the local people in that, even though it's a virtual meeting, local people who are investing in the same area can connect, they can share knowledge and contacts and experience. And what we've also found is many people from overseas have started dialing in, or different parts of the country who wouldn't normally go to a physical meeting can now access it because it's virtual. So it's actually building the communities. And interestingly, we made the decision we charge £20 for a meeting, which is nothing really, but a lot of stuff is free online. And actually, we decided to maintain that £20 charge for an online property network meeting. And the reason is because anyone can come to the first meeting free. But we thought, actually, when we go back to physical, we want to be able to, have people used to paying that. But also, we value the content we share with people. They still get the same content. There's the convenience of not having to travel. But also, when people have paid, you get a better quality of person in the room, And so we've successfully moved the model. The numbers are slightly lower, but we're actually making more revenue from it. And we've taken all our 3-day training courses, put those online, and actually with the breakout rooms in Zoom, I think actually networking is easier, because if you're at a physical event, you've got to go up and speak to someone, and that's a bit awkward sometimes. If you have a breakout room, you're there in front of them and you can't really escape. You could turn your camera off, I guess, but it actually makes networking easier. So I'm really excited about what's happening next year. All our events are going to be virtual. We're working with you guys. We're creating the Wealth Dynamics profile for property investors. And we're creating some specific training that I'm going to be delivering. And also we're going to have the opportunity for some of the mentors and partners to come on board to go through that training, but also to be trained up to be a facilitator. So they can actually, and we're looking for kind of 5 people probably in South Africa, 5 in America, 5 in Australia, 5 in the UK. And it's all really exciting. And it's just following the template you're providing.
So cool. So you've really built this enormous community here in the UK. You've really leveraged off the use of your partners. We're going to take that global now. You know, we're going to
absolutely,
use get to so if people want to be pin hosts in different countries, we don't have to limit it just to
no,
UK.
it's yeah, we're going to do it internationally. We're going to have pin pretty much everywhere. And the idea of you know, a networking meeting for real estate investors, it is not a new idea. I mean, I started it 17 years ago here. There are groups in America, etc. But the way we do it, I think, will actually be really popular. And anyone who is a coach or a trainer, it's just a great way of positioning yourself as a local expert, putting yourselves in deal flow of people who might have great deals or have money to invest, etc. But then also to pick up coaching clients and training clients. And what we're going to do is take our very popular training programs, we're going to turn them into local content and have people who can facilitate delivery of those literally all around the world. So it's really exciting time.
And it's a super, super awesome model that we're going to leverage out. I'm very excited about the content we're going to be creating together as well, and really growing this and having our own team of the equivalent of flow consultants for wealth dynamics for real estate investors, which is going to be
And you know what, most people, sorry, I was just going to say, most people who are entrepreneurs, I'd say probably at least 25% of those guys are kind of interested in, when they make money, they want to put it into assets like real estate. So actually, I think it's going to be a significant interest in this when we get going. So it's going to be awesome.
Well, congratulations on a super smashing pivot. And it's great that you're actually making more money and still growing the whole community and network. That's amazing. Thank you, Simon.
Great. Thank you so much.
All right. I'm going to come across to Mami, and just for everyone's note, we're just going to maybe go another sort of 10-15 minutes over, if that's okay. We've still got a bit more content to share with you guys, so I hope that's okay. I'm going to come across to Japan now. This is Tamami Yoshiki. Tamami is the CEO of Wealth Dynamics Japan. Tamami, again, is a partner we've been working with for many, 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 many years. Is actually our biggest partner globally. And has translated all of our content pretty much into Japanese, and has got an entirely a very, very significant community that she has grown in Japan, which is allowing her to really leverage off that as well. So Tamami, it is good afternoon, I think, to you.
Yes, thank you. Hi, Michelle. Hi, everyone. Great
Hello.
to meet you all.
So Tamami, why don't you tell us a little bit about Wealth Dynamics Japan and kind of what the purpose is of what you do and how you take our content and translate?
Yes, I actually met Roger in 2006, and I started to introduce Roger from next year, 2007. And at this moment, we've been working on, to give them a certification, like a FC and a performance consultant and flow consultant thing. And also I've been doing Roger's live event every year from 2007. So it's been a while. Yeah. And with Roger, I usually introduce some Japanese, famous speakers with Roger. And that's how we created communities. And also lately I've been doing a lot of promotion with the community member, actually, so that's what I've been doing. And my total list is about 200,000 plus.
Wow.
And
that's people in your community, actually in your community responding to your content.
Yeah, that's the mailing list. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and but the active one is probably about 70,000.
Right. Okay.
Responding.
Very cool. That's super cool. Now, I know that you, very similar to our model, you were running lots of live events. Most of your revenues came from running live events, back selling products on the back. And of course, the same thing happened in Japan, that the events were just stopped straight away. I remember you calling me and saying, hey, Michelle, what are you guys doing? We can't run any events. I said, I think we canceled the event we were going to be doing in Tokyo. and I said, we're going 100% digital. And you said, great, like, I want to go translate that content and roll it out. Do you want to just tell that story about how you pivoted and basically just took all of our content and translated it to your own community?
Yeah. When the COVID hit, and I've been watching what, headquarters doing, definitely. And I noticed that Roger started to pick up the content, for the crisis spaces, and I started to do the webinar. And in the crisis like this, I'm very sure I really trust Roger, and she definitely the futurist, and he's so good in chaos, and so he can be a great leader, and I really trust it. So and also I was really interested in to know what he really think and what to do. So I just took the cash flow crash course, and put it into the Japanese and introduced to my market. And I got like a 90 plus registration, and after CFCC, about 20 plus CLA,
So you took the cash flow crash course, which was the instant kind of like low price product that we put out there. I think it was like, for GEM members, or it's like $300, something like that. It was the instant program. Then on the back, we have the Crisis Leadership Academy, which was a $1,500 program. I mean, you just copied that exact same model and replicated it, but all in Japanese.
I copied everything. I translated exactly same. And I was a facilitator, and I helped be a facilitator in the cash flow crash and CLA also. Yeah, I did exactly same.
Love it. And what are you planning to translate next?
We are planning to do the second CLA.
Right.
Yeah, and maybe with your product, the accelerated thing.
The Genius Accelerator program.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So I think like it's super cool how you've just basically taken everything we've got, taken it out to your own market, translated everything, but taken the programs and products which are right for your marketplace and just continue to grow that marketplace. All of it focused on basically wealth dynamics and talent dynamics profile test, which is where you pretty much have started your entire community. And super congratulations on a really successful pivot your side as well. And great to see the stories that are coming out.
Thank you to you.
Thank you. It's awesome to see the stories coming out of the CLA in Japan. Thank you, Tamami.
Thank you.
Awesome. Very cool. All right. So I'm going to bring Roger back on in a moment just to share a little bit about the context between the relationship between both the faculty partners and our community partners. But I just want to share, before I do that, I just want to share kind of how we want to grow on the community side. So here's a map that just shows you the active cities that we have right now at level 1. So these are the ones who are already at a level 1 level themselves, even though some of those cities we would like to take to level 2. So you get a bit of a sense of kind of like where we've got some of those cities already set up. They're not all super active at the moment. Some are running online events, not everybody is, but we really want to, exactly like you just heard Simon sharing, we really want to get those consistent events happening on a monthly basis. And also, as you heard from Tamami, driving attraction into some of the events and content we're doing as well. And here's some of the cities we would like to bring in at level 1. So these are ones where we don't have a city host at this stage, somebody who is actually starting to build a local community. So we really want to be opening these cities up. So if you see one of those cities and you fancy coming on board, then definitely book a call with one of the team. And the level 2, which is obviously a bigger chance to earn revenue, and where you can be creating your own assessment, putting your own webinars, masterclasses and events together, as well as using ours. These are the cities that we want to see at level 2. So some of these we already have level 1 leaders, but now we're looking to step those up to level 2. As you heard Suraj saying earlier on, we have got a lot of people in these cities who've taken wealth dynamics, taken talent dynamics, done assessments. So we know we have a ready-made community that we can just plug straight in for you to be building. And if you're thinking about coming on board at the same level as likes of Tamami or Pachanan in Thailand, then these are the countries that we also want to be growing out, where we want to have the translations. So Italian, German, Spanish, Hindi, Polish. Russian and Malaysian definitely are a few that we have on our list right now. These are the country leaders that we have in existence who are already translating and building their own communities. You just heard from Tamami there. Pachanan in Thailand, you heard Marilise was sharing a bit about the way we've been building their data. They've translated a lot of our micro degrees. Mr. Pai over in Taiwan has just come on board and is translating now into Chinese. Domus and Lena are translating into Lithuanian and also into Russian. And Kim has just joined us, who's translating into French Canadian as well. So those are kind of the areas we're looking for. And Roger, I'm just going to bring you back in at this point to kind of really help bring together the story of like, you know, that how both the faculty partners and the location partners are really going to be leveraging off each other as well.
Yeah, well, the first thing I'll say is that all the experiences that I have seen of the most successful faculty is where they also have taken on their own group because they wanted to build their own community. And so they got the real understanding and learning as to everything that Suraj was going through, which is like, how do you build trust with those who get started? Because here's the reality. A lot of faculty members have got very, very good content, but they don't understand how to build trust to the point where someone's ready to buy that content. And similarly, there's many people who love community, like all our event hosts, for example, that we're running our event. Like so many of them started by saying, oh, it's much easier for me to build a community and actually lead them to Roger's program than me actually trying to figure it all out myself. But then in that process, they then are like, wow, now I can actually be a faculty member as well because I learned how to build community. So whether or not you're starting with the community side or whether you're starting on the content side, there's for sure this direct connection between the two, and all our most successful faculty members have actually done both together. There's two other parts I want to mention here as well, which is first of all the vision. You know, we actually went through on the whole plan for GeniusU in the future. We do everything from the point of view of the customer. I just want to tell you a quick story about like one of the conversations I had with Kathleen, where we were talking through Enterprise Ella, who many of you know is like one of our avatars. It's like that, you know, beginning person who's wanting to get going, get started. And I gave the vision of, imagine Enterprise Ella is in UK, has shown up at one of Simon's Property Investors Network with her parents, because she's only 19 years old right now. And she's wondering whether she get into property because she heard somewhere maybe she should. And when she's there, she hears all about wealth dynamics and the fact that there's this whole Genius Apprentice program happening. And she goes, well, maybe I should do that instead. So she actually joins Genius School, joins that apprentice program, and realizes, well, maybe my parents are in property right now, but I should be doing something that's my purpose. My purpose is environment. And realize there's an apprentice program going on where she can directly link in from this group that she's met via Simon and Property Investors Network, but this group, which basically is now running this apprentice program that allows her to actually choose from all of the different sponsors that are sponsoring on environment. And she sees that there in South Africa, in Cape Town, there is already a company saying, hey, we're looking for someone to be our apprentice that can help us to get going with a number of these different micro schools that we don't have time to do ourselves. She sees that there's this company in China, in South Africa, that brings solar panels to South Africa. She goes, I'd love to do that. I have no idea anything about this. But look, one of the things they're trying to do is figure out how to actually start trading with China. Okay, well, I'll do that. Contacts with a sponsor, says, hey, I'd like to work with you, works together with a mentor who says, okay, well, let's go through this program together. The mentor is good at like learning how to get people into China. And in fact, let's not take China, let's take Japan. Tamami's in Japan. She's running Japan. So one of the first things that happens is they have a micro course, which actually includes like a session with Tamami in Japan. Tamami goes, oh, like Ella, you're looking for someone in solar? Well, we've actually got people in solar right here in Japan. You should have a virtual tour of their factory. And the next thing, she's having this virtual tour, she makes that connection. And off the back of that, they say, yeah, we could definitely set up basically a base where we're making, 3D printing the solar panels in South Africa as well. We just need to get the financing for it. And she suddenly realizes that's exactly what her parents should be using her money for in the first place while they're investing in property. Why invest in a new property in London when you can invest in a property in South Africa, which has already got a commercial viability? Now, none of that is possible, that whole thing, without having the GeniusU platform that we have, without having the learning modules that we have, and most importantly, without having those local groups. Like all of the big edtech companies don't have these local groups. If you don't have those local groups, you can't get the value of who you know as well as what you know. It's as much about the community as it is about the content. And so the vision of all of this isn't just what everyone here on this group can be doing in this next year. It's where we're leading with all of this and why we're so committed to making sure we're supporting all of our local city leaders and even country leaders, because in the future, this becomes super, super valuable. And someone's going to do it. and the one who actually does it best is going to be the one that has a lead on this. It's not easy to build a global community where everyone's connected to everyone. There are very few groups in the world having a conference like this right now, where there's such a high level of trust between all of us when we're all in different countries as well. But this is what we've grown over the last 10 years, and that's what's led us to where we are today. So usually when we are talking to our event hosts or when we talk about our city leaders, it's a different conversation to when we're talking to our faculty. What we're now doing, which is a major innovation, is within this group, which is the Genius Curriculum Group, we're actually bringing the two together. And we're also giving everyone an opportunity who sees the value of both, of not just being a faculty member, but also at the same time being a community member. So you learn both sides, and that makes you doubly as valuable in the future. One final thing I'll share, because I know we're over time, but final thing I want to share as well is that right now, the biggest challenge in education globally, not just ed tech, but education globally, is it is so limited by location. Like you've got to be in a school district to go to a particular school, and then you only get the teacher that happens to be at that school. And a large part of our whole vision is you should be able to access faculty from anywhere in the world and the best in the world. And you should be able to do that from wherever you are locally. And if you change your location, well, that shouldn't have any issue because you can join in with another location as well. So if you go, well, look, I know I want to help, like I'm Niraj, right? I want to help those who want to be Titans. And I've got a community in India, as well as basically having a global community too. But I want to make sure that that person I'm working with in India, that if they want to improve their health, they can straight away get signed up and actually work with Joe. And I get a percentage of all of that, right? If they want to learn about property investing, they can straight away get signed up with Simon, and I get a percentage of that as well. So I have no worry about trying to hold on to that client, because the more I actually share with them our faculty and our community, the more money I make and the happier the client is as well. So just being really aware that we've designed the percentages so every faculty member can be actually having new clients come in from community all around the world, just like we do with our partners. And at the same time, every community manager also is going to be immediately be able to get a percentage of everything that actually happens through the entire ecosystem and curriculum as well. So that's it in a nutshell.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I know you need to dash, Roger. So thank you so much for being here for the whole conference today. I know you've got calls you need to be on. For those guys who are just going to stay on for an extra 10 minutes, I'll just go through the detail of those different levels and just share what the onboarding process is for those people who want to come on board as well. In the meantime, if you have to go, Michelle is going to post the link again for booking a call if you just want to jump straight on a call with one of the team. But just very briefly, I shall go through these levels. So in the same way that we have the faculty with the 3 levels, we now have our community with 3 levels. The first level is what we're calling a city host. The second level is a city leader, and the third is a country leader. So I'll just explain those. It's not too different to what we had before, but it's adding in kind of an extra layer that can earn a lot more money in the middle layer. So this is our city host level 1, which would have been traditionally, I think, the level that most people joined as a city leader. It's $1,500 price point to come in. It means you are a certified city host. You get to run and host events in your city like you do now as the doing the socials. You become the go-to person for all the community requirements and the connections, and you get to invite all of your members to come along to our events, our webinars, our masterclasses, and you get to earn a percentage, as Roger said, from all of those revenues. And there's different percentages that you can be earning and different commissions you can be earning. But essentially, if you're bringing in 50 new community members per week into your local city, you should be generating at least 5 prospects per week. You don't need to worry at this stage about making the sales. As a city host, you can literally bring people to our content. We will actually put the Genius Igniters in the role. We'll actually give people the products and programs. If you feel confident about being a Genius Igniter, you can do that too. And we'll be offering training to all of our city hosts and city leaders in how to be a good Genius Igniter. So you can do either or, but you can be expecting to be earning about 40K a year just from that level of activity. Where you really want to be focusing your time, of course, is by bringing more and more people to our events and masterclasses. You're going to build up significant ongoing affiliate earnings. So something between the region of $1,000 and $5,000 per month just in affiliate earnings, which is a significant revenue to have just by introducing people along to our content. So about $40,000 to $100,000 per year. Coming in at this level, you get Flow Consultant included for free. You're also going to get Level 1 Wealth Dynamics Masters, which is the program I told you is running the 14th to the 18th of December. So you actually get to build an entire plan for the next 12 months, which is super high value. You're going to get GEM for 12 months. You get your mental status for 12 months. You'll get a silver event partner status for the Global Entrepreneur Summit. So you can instantly give away some tickets for free, and you get entry into the Trusted Buyers Club, which we've never done for our city leaders before. So those of you who do have products and content, you can straight away get that into the Trusted Buyers Club. The second level that we really want to focus at and really want to grow now is what we're calling our city leaders at the level 2. This is where you're not just filling our events and masterclasses, you're now running and filling your own events, masterclasses and webinars as a senior city leader. So we're going to show you how to do that. You heard Suraj talking about the way that we're going to help you fill those. You heard us sharing how we're helping Niraj to fill his events. You heard Simon talking about how he's just constantly got this flow of activity coming through the community, which is allowing him to generate revenue on the back. So we're going to show you how to do this, how to put your own content together. You can leverage off the faculty members to have their content that you're sharing as well, which means you're earning even more money. So you get to work with those guys to have your own full local curriculum, and you get to work with all of our content creators as well, because of course they don't actually need to physically be in your city. You can have Joe Formosa doing health dynamics, you can have Simon doing property investors, Angie doing Genius School, whatever it is that you want to share with your community. But you can equally have your own product suite within Genius U as well, create your own store and dashboard, the same as faculty. And we're expecting you to be generating at least 20 new customers per month, whether you're sending them to us to sell in, or whether you're selling them directly yourself as a Genius Igniter, which we're going to teach you how to do. So obviously your earnings potential is much higher. It's the same as the faculty level 2 overall. It's 150 to 300K per year. We're expecting you to bring in 150 community members per week, so really actively growing this, and we're going to show you how to do this, which means you're going to have more like 15 new prospects every week, and about 7 new sales as a result of that. In the same way that I said we are removing the commissions for any sales made on Genius U for the faculty, it is the same as well for you. If you're putting sales, if you're putting your products on Genius U, we're going to have that same threshold of what your existing revenues are. The significant one here again is going to be the accrued ongoing affiliate earnings that you're going to be creating as a result of sharing our content as well and bringing people into our community. It's going to be more like between $5,000 and $10,000 per month, which is consistent revenue just coming in every month that you can rely on, which is more like 60 to 120K. And of course, you're also getting direct access, like I said before, into the Trusted Buyers Club, where you can be buying content, you know, using Suraj's webinar funnels, whatever you're needing that you want to be purchasing within the Trusted Buyers Club as well. You're getting the Crystal Circle membership that I shared that the faculty level 2 are getting. So you're getting that $12,000 Crystal Circle membership. Again, we want all of our city leaders at level 2 to be really understanding the whole strategy and model that they're building to make sure that they're really growing a significant community over the next 12 months. You're getting the level 2 Wealth Dynamics Masters as well. So you're getting that whole week to put your entire plan together. We're basically going to have 20 really high level partners coming through Wealth Dynamics Masters together, which is going to be amazing because you're all going to be working on similar plans and all coming through Crystal Circle together for the performance consultant and flow consultant, GEM, and all the other aspects that we've included before, like the gold partner status as well. And you're getting Trusted Buyers Club. At the top level, this is the country leader. So if you want to do something more like what you heard Tamami doing, where you're actually doing translation, it does need to be in a non-English speaking country. So it's not an English speaking country. But at this level, at level 3, which is $32,000, this is where you get to translate whatever curriculum content you want to from our side, running all of your own micro schools with your translated content and growing. You actually can grow your own team of city hosts and city leaders across your country as well. So you'll be growing a team of people at level 1 and level 2, where the faculty at level 3 are growing flow and performance consultants. You're now growing your own community that are constantly, a bit like Simon has done with his pin hosts. And again, we're going to give you the digital marketing to make sure you have 1,000 new community members coming in every month. So you'll actually work for 6 months with our digital marketing team to actually instantly give growth to your country as well. And of course, you can put your own suite of products in there, and you should be generating at least 50 new customers a month. So again, we've worked out what the earnings could be. You're not going to do necessarily all of these things, but your earnings potential, if you really think about it, just from translating curriculum, micro schools, things like that, like you heard Tamami talking about, you can be earning sort of between $500,000 and $750,000 just by taking and translating our existing curriculum. Oops, I missed one here with the earnings from the city hosts and city leaders, but I worked that out at about 100,000. The Trusted Buyers Club, Again, you're going to have your content in there. So there's 130,000 of guaranteed revenues coming through. And your affiliate commission should be more like between $5,000 and $20,000 per month, because you've got commissions. You're going to have an override on all your city hosts and all your city leaders as well. So something in the region of 300K to 1.5 million. We put you in at the Emerald level Crystal Circle. So you're going to get that instant coaching from Donna, myself, and Roger at that higher level. You get to translate all of our content for a year. You get the 6 months of digital marketing that I talked about, which is an $18,000 package that we charge normally to partners and clients. You can create your own pathway of city hosts and city leaders, where we're going to show you how to grow that as well. And of course, we're going to put you in at the high level of Wealth Dynamics Masters, plus all the other content included in level 1 and level 2. So we've tried to make this as compelling as possible. But all of these opportunities, because we're doing the 2-for-1 deal, whatever level you choose to come in at, whether it's faculty, whether it's community, because we're doing 2-for-1, when you purchase one before November the 30th, you're getting the same license for free. So if you're purchasing a faculty license, you're going to get a community license. If you purchase community, you're going to get a free faculty license. So I would highly recommend you take opportunity. If you're thinking about coming on board and having a call right now, book in a call with one of the team, see which one you're most interested in, what's the right level for you to come in at. Let's get you booked in straight away so we can get you on our Wealth Dynamics Masters program as well. And like I said before, we have that extra bonus where we're not charging the Genius U commission until you've hit your existing level of revenue. So the key thing now, which we've been talking about throughout, is book a call with one of the team for you to be able to check which of the levels is the right one for you. Choose the city or country that you want to build your community in. Instantly get involved in the Global Entrepreneur Summit, where we can help you to generate an immediate cash return straight away. And then let's get your whole 2021 model set up by putting you through the Wealth Dynamics Masters program. So that is pretty much it in a nutshell. I'm going to just see, for the folks who are still here, we're going to open it up to questions. So Michelle, and we'll see who's still on here to answer questions as well. What kind of questions, comments are there coming up from everyone right now?
Hey, there's not so many questions anymore. Everybody is super excited about everything, but I think because a lot of people have been online and it's late, like in New Zealand and stuff, so there aren't any specific questions that are there at the moment.
All right, well, look, I would love to, just the final steps that I'm going to share then is like how this will move from here once you've actually booked your call. And Michelle, maybe you can just share a little bit as well about if someone actually comes on board as a partner and joins us, kind of like the schedule of activity that we've got with all of these different elements that we're adding in and how that's going to work.
Thanks, Michelle. So I turned myself off to turn myself back on, sorry. So guys, really what we're doing is we're making a personalized onboarding journey for you. So the first step is you'll jump on a call with me. We have those links, and then we will guide you through the direct steps depending what level you're coming on. So this is an example here where you would then go and join and get launched on with Crystal Circle. We'll get you onto the relevant gem calls. The performance consultant is there also. Obviously, if you want to do it at a later stage, at the beginning of the year, we can do some shuffling because it is quite a lot of stuff. But I have myself and I have the team, and then we have the Global Entrepreneur Summit. I mean, the end of year is coming super quickly. Then we're launching trusted buyers for you with your products and putting everything in and making sure your products are the right products for that market. And then luckily, we've got masters at the end of the year. It's going to be virtual, so that's exciting. And then there's a continuous training schedule that's going forward. There are some other things that are in here, but we will keep you every step of the way. We'll guide you through this, and you'll have a team, myself and the others in our team to help you. So that's where we're at.
I think the key thing here is we've never put this much value into a partnership opportunity as we just have done right now. So this is definitely the time to come on board. We're only doing the 2-for-1 up till November the 30th. We are expecting 20 partners to come on board and join us, who are going to be joining us for Wealth Dynamics Masters for Crystal Circle. So do get your call booked in with one of the team. And if you're not sure which level's right for you, or which niche or which location, will help you decide. And finally, it is just for me to say thank you so much to everyone. I know I've run over a little bit. Thank you to all of the presenters, speakers, organizers, those who've been sharing their story, to all the team behind the scenes who've actually been getting the whole thing set up, and to all of our partners who have taken some time out to join us for this very first digital conference. If you do have questions, do drop them in the chat, tag one of us. We will be in there answering over the next day or so as well. So thank you very much, everyone. We look forward to speaking to you, and have a good one. Bye for now.